Giggity, and we are back. Listen, man. Unfortunately, we got another one, man. Yeah, we got another little boy that had met the same fate, unfortunately, as Nolan Wells, and actually pretty similar. So we're gonna get to that tonight. And also, this case keep getting deeper, man. There's more information that's coming out. There's more pictures. There's more stories. I'm Jay Lava. I scour the internet so you don't have to. I'm going to go ahead and play this little music real quick, and then we're going to get right into it. This is the Keep It P podcast. Y'all should already know how we get down. Yeah. Mm, yeah, that's my little joint right there, man. Shout out to my boy J Mac, man. Anyway, we gonna have to get right on into this. I was gonna hop in with the judge, but since it's kind of urgent and I just ran into it, I think I want to go ahead and get this one out the way first. I don't know if y'all know about 13-year-old Daryl Martinez Lowry, but he was just unalive in a similar way at a foster home in South Carolina. And he was staying with a city council member to make it even all worse. So sis break it down real nice. Let me go ahead and get on out the way and let her say what she need to say.
Another black boy is dead at the hands of white young men, and we need to talk about it. Now, before we get into it, make sure you like, share, comment, subscribe, follow, do all the things. I'm going to talk my ish. We normally have a good time, but we know with these cases, it's never a good time. So let's get into it. So this is 13-year-old Daryl Martinez Lowry, and he is a foster child who was at the South Carolina foster home of a city council member named Bernie Hamby, when this young man over here, Landon Moore, who is 17, and another foster child unalived him. And Landon did this with a 16-year-old who is yet to be named, who is now in juvenile detention, but they partnered up and unalived this young man. They were out at a boat dock, they stabbed him, and then proceeded to place him underwater until he drowned. The 17-year-old Landon has been charged with murder. And my questions just go to, where was Bernie Hamby? And why does he have a house full of boys? I mean, everything I looked up on this man says he talks about how he's been a foster parent for 13 years. But you're a foster parent to only boys? And you have these homes that the boys get to come to in the summer and do all these things on the lake. And clearly, where was the supervision that they're getting out and unaliving another child? But I also would question just what is happening in this foster care home, because it's very odd to me that boys are getting into an argument and that person is that volatile that an argument leads to a stabbing and a drowning death. That is not normal. So what is happening at this foster home? I do know that Hamby has asked that his license be taken, that he doesn't want to, have the home anymore. And he's so distraught. But to me, it's like, are you distraught or are we trying to cover up some shit? Because again, it's very weird to me when you have a foster home and it's only boys. And I'm sorry, but when you look like this and you look like someone that aligns with MAGA and the Trump organization and the files and everything else, no, we probably shouldn't go off people's looks. But if it fits the bill, it fits the bill. And I would not feel comfortable or safe having any young boy at a house with this man. That's just my opinion. So I really feel like, as opposed to just shutting this stuff down, there needs to be a deep investigation and there needs to be some conversations, because I will not be surprised if in conversations we find out some things was going on in that foster care home that shouldn't have been going on. It's very weird. It doesn't make any sense. And I know kids can be bad kids. Yes, but when you're 17 and 16 and you do things like this, generally it's rooted in some sort of trauma. Not saying that this man caused the trauma, but I do feel like if you are responsible for these children and you know these children are trauma filled and have tendencies to act out in violence, again, what's going on there? What is going on at this home? We need justice for Daryl Martinez Lowry. That young man was 13 years old and he's already in a foster situation. So to now be in a foster situation away from your family for whatever reasons he was in foster care, and to now end up unalive because you got into an argument with some kids, is highly problematic. And it just continues to go to show how Black bodies do not matter.
Facts. I wanted to go real quick before we get into the Nolan Wells, because I got some Nolan Wells for sure. I got the new videos and all of that. But I think this deserves some light because the situations are so similar. It's eerie, man. Y'all need to check this out real quick. Just check this out. Hold on, let me get some volume.
13-year-old boy was found. South Carolina community is in mourning after this 13-year-old boy was found dead in a lake. Investigators say he was stabbed and held underwater by two older teenagers.
Bam.
Channel 9 South Carolina reporter Tina Terry learned the young teen from Chester was in foster care.
Hold on.
Tina,
Hold on. Let me blow that up. My bad, y'all.
The entire family is hurting. He was a
South Carolina community is in mourning after this 13-year-old boy was found dead in a lake. Investigators say he was stabbed and held underwater by two older teenagers. Channel 9 South Carolina reporter Tina Terry learned the young teen from Chester was in foster care. Tina, this is heartbreaking.
The entire family is hurting. He was a well-loved child amongst his entire family, both sides of his family. And for him to be taken away, they're visibly devastated.
Sherry McNeil and her husband John talked to me on Zoom today about their young cousin Daryl Lowry. The 13-year-old was from Chester, but a family attorney says the boy was in the custody of the state of South Carolina, 100 miles away in this small community of Modoc near Strom-Thurmond Lake. State police say Lowry was at a boat dock when he got into a physical fight with two older boys. This affidavit says Lowry had lacerations from a knife, and the other boys murdered him by holding him underwater until he became deceased. State police arrested and charged 17-year-old Landon Moore with murder. A 16-year-old is in the custody of juvenile justice.
I was devastated when I heard it.
McCormick County Council Chairman Bernard Hamby seems to suggest Lowry was in his custody. An email from him sent to ABC affiliate WJBF said, "For 13 years, I've been fostering boys who needed a gentle place to land during the hardest times of their life. You can never know what a person, even a child, is fully capable of. And to Daryl, I'm so sorry for the circumstances that brought you to my home, and I'm heartbroken by how you were taken from this world."
Well, we want full transparency as a community, as a family.
The McNeils say they're organizing a rally in Chester this weekend, calling for justice.
This is not the first time that I've sat before a news interview fighting for justice for a family. It's saddened to know that this time it is my own flesh and blood.
And that justice rally will take place here in Chester tomorrow. It starts at 7 p.m. at the Chester County Courthouse. Reporting live in Chester, Tina Terry, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
Some of those details are horrific. Tina, thank you. Lowry was about to start 8th grade at Chester Middle School. The district released a statement today saying, in part, we are all mourning his tragic loss. He was loved by many and will forever live in our hearts.
No grinding.
My question is this, though, man. Is it just safe to say? Is it safe to say that's what these people be on? Is that safe to say that's just what it is with these folks? I'm just saying, man, like, the reason why I combine these two cases together, man, because I mean, it just reaffirms so much. I mean, we think about the back and forth and the back and forth with this Nolan case, and it's a pattern, man. It's a straight up and down pattern. I wanted to get to that Nancy Grace interview that she did. And then I wanted to make sure we let the community speak, because there's a bunch of stuff being said and a bunch of stuff going on. But man, that's crazy. That's crazy. If you can't see what I'm talking about, who is that lady? That means you on the vertical feed. That means the words are just outside your reach. We got a whole vertical feed. Sometimes I show things that showcase the whole screen, and you won't be able to see on the vertical. So if you click on my face and go to the channel, you can get to the landscape and you can see the whole thing. I know that's sometimes a little border, but welcome. I know that the vertical stream gets more of the people in. Let me just go ahead, right? We're just going to take it right on. I mean, just hearing that one right there, that's kind of whack right there, man. And then this dude apologizing by email, talking about I'm sorry. Nah, fam, you're trying to shut the whole thing down. Nah, we need to investigate, buddy. We definitely need to investigate. But shout out to Serenity. She say it's patterns, and I definitely agree.
Why aren't they in jail yet? In my previous video, y'all told me to wait. You don't know anything, is what y'all said. But now we have more information with more questions than answers. I teach people how to see patterns that other people miss. And this case is a masterclass on why that's important. So let's break this down.
David.
And can we talk about the elephant in the room? Nancy Grace had to be put on this case for y'all to finally listen. It took this white woman to say the same exact thing that we've been saying for y'all to finally hear, and now it's credible? That alone is a pattern that we need to talk about, and I'll show you why in a minute. Well, let's start with the obvious. Being the only black kid in a group of white kids and being the only one that doesn't come back, that doesn't sit right with me. And to be real, if this was the other way around, these men would have been locked up already. But let's just play devil's advocate, and let's just say this is a coincidence. There are so many coincidences in these cases that all point to one thing. Let's first talk about the contradictions. This is Warren. He claims to be Nolan's best friend. He goes on a podcast and speaks about what he recalls on that day, and let's take a listen.
Where's Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Well, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to Nolan, and Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody, and Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him.
On a different boat and ran into Nolan there.
I'd say he's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
And Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him.
So which one is it? Was he drunk or was he not? And if he was, what kind of best friend leaves his friend drunk on an island? And why are we on a podcast? Like what? Like your mom said, we live in a world of clickbaiting, sad but true. I haven't seen nothing like clickbaiting, like dropping a podcast after your best friend's funeral. You all deleted data from his phone before you gave it back to his mom. And then you all deleted pictures of him from that day from your social media. And then you topped it off and came together and deactivated your social medias together. That doesn't sound like something someone innocent would do, does it? And then we finally get to the autopsy, and this part makes me the sickest. His throat and all of his organs were removed, so the second autopsy wasn't able to come to a conclusion. And who performed that autopsy? We need to know her name because that matters more than what we think. The first autopsy was performed by Dr. Stacy Turner, Mississippi's chief medical examiner. But this isn't the first time that she has controversial cases with black men. In 2021, Damian Cameron was unalived after police knelt on him for over 10 minutes. Stacy Turner ruled his death undetermined. No investigation, no charges. 3 different pathologists later go on to say that it was clearly a homicide. And one of the officers involved later down the line ended up going to jail for torturing other black men. Go figure.
Now y'all see why I call that broad the devil that she is. Now y'all understand why I made that broad the devil that she is. But go on.
And now she's handling Nolan Wells' case. 3 black men, 3 shaky cases. That's not a coincidence. That's definitely a pattern. And even if this was an accident, his parents still deserve to know what happened to him. Y'all told me to wait for more information, and now we have it, and the pattern is getting clearer than ever. A pattern of first silence, and then coordination, and then contradictions, and most importantly, a shaky medical examiner who has previous history of ruling black men's death as suicide or undetermined. And when a personal examination is done, they say otherwise. So why aren't these men in jail yet? Let me know what you think in the comments.
We know why they ain't in jail yet, but I don't know if y'all know. The judge came right on back, and you know the judge don't cut no slack. He's definitely. Oh, hold on. He's definitely got a little bit more to say. Hold on, let me put the joint back up there. My fault, y'all. Hi, hey, what's up, everybody tapping in? How y'all feeling? You know what I'm talking about. I got everybody in here. Uh-oh. Hey, you know what? I'm almost getting sick of the trolls, y'all. I'm damn near. They this close. They this close. Because we don't really need them. We be doing just fine without them. But let me go ahead and play this real quick.
Nolan Wells case, I'm still catching up with the details. So, I wanted to bring you back on and get your take on it. For the people that may not be familiar with the case, can you break it down?
Yeah, certainly. Nolan, a black man, went on a boat ride to a pretty much resort island, not necessarily, just a fun island off the coast of Mississippi. And 4 of them left and went and had fun, and only 3 returned. They then found Nolan dead.
Uncle alert.
His 3 friends that he had come with in the boat had gone and left in the boat and claimed that Nolan stayed behind by himself. And additionally, however, and this is where the first question comes in with me, they say he left his cell phone. They have his cell phone. They had it in their possession. Okay, so if your buddy says to you, I'm leaving, you all go back. I'm staying by myself. No friends, just me wandering around. And then you see that he had left his cell phone. So you say, in the boat. And instead of taking it back to a friend who's on the island by himself, and by the way, did you ask him how he was getting home? So instead of going back, you
listen, I ain't seen this interview, but don't he sound like me talking over the last couple of days? I picked a bunch of videos today because they say exactly what I've been saying over the last couple of days. He sounds just like me talking right now.
couldn't be that far off because the phone right in the boat. Say an hour or 2. If you're a real friend, you'll drive back on that recreational hour or 2 on the boat having fun to give your man his phone. Because if he's out there by himself, no question about it, 90% white in the state of Mississippi that has a history of demonizing and black men and killing them in the civil rights era. Most of the civil rights killings occurred in Mississippi, including Medgar Evers, including our dear young brother from Mississippi who was killed, and several others. And so we know that Mississippi has a history of demonizing and marginalizing black men. And so the question became, what is the investigation going to be? Well, the police immediately accepted the version of the 3 young men that returned. Now, here you are, you're supposed to be the police. And I just deduced it. And I deduced it not just now, but I had deduced it immediately after seeing it in the media. And I'm not an investigator, I'm a lawyer and a judge, but an investigator that is a police investigator / detective, has investigative techniques that would have immediately thrown into question what occurred, and common sense
Right.
throws into question what occurred. And that's where we're at now. And there's some actions being taken by Ben Crump. I've spoken with him, and he's on top of it. And the family has the questions raised. Again, why would he leave his cell phone? Because it had to be voluntary. And then voluntarily stay on an island by himself without telling them why. A lot of questions there, a lot of holes in it, and that's what that grand jury is going to look into. That's the good news.
Yeah, that definitely don't make no sense. So why would he give his phone to his friend? And I heard that his mom, she had to find out by using an app that his friend had his phone after it was reported that he was missing.
Very suspicious, correct. And then there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of unanswered questions. There's allegedly an altercation that took place, and I think they say there may be some footage of it. Some have been AI generated, various things, so we don't really know what's true or not. But I think they have eyewitnesses, and that's where the investigation should go. Were there eyewitnesses that saw any type of altercation?
Right.
Is there video? There's cameras everywhere. You can't do anything without being caught on camera, believe me. And so to that extent, there's some footage out there that shows this altercation, if indeed it occurred. And so the grand jury, they are impaneled when there's a reasonable suspicion that something may have occurred. So that's good news. There's a reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed. When you go to the grand jury, the prosecutor presents all the evidence that they have to explain to the grand jury the case they're looking into. And 90% of the time, or over 90% of the time, the prosecutor comes back with an indictment because grand juries only hear one side. So they're only going to hear the side of the prosecutor. So the question becomes, is the prosecutor going to do a thorough investigation and presentation to the grand jury? Because if they miss some parts of the evidence that is necessary, then the grand jury has nothing to consider. But if, as it has been in most cases, it goes where the grand jury charge has been made.
Damn, my bad. I didn't know there was no commercials.
It's going to go to an indictment, and then all evidence will be seen on all sides. What I don't like about grand juries is if the defense don't get a chance to present their case to the grand jury. It's only the prosecutor. Prosecutor says, we have this, that, and the other evidence, begins talking, brings people in to interview them during the grand jury process, and then they determine whether there's probable cause to believe that a crime was committed. Probable cause means more likely than not. Reasonable suspicion means there may have been a crime, and so we have to look into it. Probable cause means we believe there was a crime, more likely than not. So that's where we're at with it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Nolan's mom, she said that his phone was scrubbed, right?
Yes. The mother said that some of the things on his phone had been removed. And I don't know what evidence they have of that, but she's not saying anything to jeopardize the truth in this case. And so everything she says, I'm going to take her at her word. She has no reason to trump up anything. She wants to get to the bottom of this and who killed her son. I don't believe he drowned. I believe he was killed. But I'm a judge that has to weigh all the evidence. Preliminarily, that's what I see. You don't leave your friend on an island seeing that he has left his phone and not at least go back. You came there with him. You left him there, you say, because he wanted to stay. But you notice that he's left his phone. How was he going to get home in the first place? Wouldn't he need his phone in order to call his transportation? Or they should have known some of that. He would have said, I'm going to get home by such and such way. Hey man, I'm not coming. Y'all go ahead. I got a young lady. Okay, man. Is she going to bring you home? How you going to get home? You don't ask any of those questions?
Right. I said that.
So you must have asked those questions. If you didn't, that's more evidence that I believe contributed to the reasonable suspicion. So I'm with the prosecutor. How about that so far?
Hold on real quick. Let's talk about that though. Let's talk about that because there were some inconsistencies. For everybody that's been watching with me, did not say this the other day though. Did not say this.
But then, and when you saw Nolan, he was booed up with Katie.
And so you guys get ready to leave out of there, getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, the last time I saw Nolan was 3:00, and Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing, and I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like just joking with him. And, but anyway.
But then you say that your homeboy told him over and over again, come on, get on the boat.
Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues.
Really?
And no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else.
Is that what he said?
It's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island.
Did he tell him that at 3 p.m.? Or did he tell him that at 4:30, right before y'all left?
Right.
But the last time you saw him was at 3 p.m. But some kind of way, at 4:30, you still was able to tell him over and over again to get on the boat. But the last time you saw him, it was at 3. And then again, I thought y'all didn't even know Katie. Come to find out, Katie was texting y'all and everything.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
correct
for Nolan to get on it. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat.
That was a cut too, for y'all don't know editing. That means he slipped up and said something that he don't want to know. But somebody asked, who is Katie?
You're some damn devils. It ain't no other way.
That's Katie. Katie's the devil that set it all up. And all I'm saying is either they let him to them folks to get done in, or they did him in they self. Now, we trying to figure out, Anime, thank you so much. That's just so, for y'all that can't see, that's the devil Katie. And this is the devil Warren that they talking about. That's the devil that's sitting down with Race Batum Tatum. That's Warren. And then when they were speaking about the medical examiner, the one that's holding on to his neck, is that broad, Stacy Turner. So again, I just love putting these names with these faces so y'all know who we talking about.
And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
I'm starting to think that Officer Tatum is really exposing these jokers. That's what I'm starting to think. Because there ain't no way y'all telling this doggone story and we supposed to believe you. So you saw Nolan at 3, but then, and when you saw Nolan, he was booed up with Katie.
Right.
And so you guys get ready to
I was saying the same thing. I've been saying the same thing. Like, y'all don't understand how crucial that interview was. Your boy Jabberjaws. Hold on. Hold on. My girl Kim. My girl Kim called him Jabberjaws. Hold on real quick. You know, I gotta be selective on the ones that I play with Kim because she like to drop all type of this is and all type of that is. And I'm trying to change my ways over here with the bad words. You understand? Hold on real quick. Really, real talk though is actually super deep. Like everything's hovering around. We know you lying. You know what I'm saying? Look, this Kim right here though.
Guys, what's this prove, guys? This proves, number one, we had no idea which friend called the Coast Guard. We were trying to figure that out. Again, Mr. Gumflapper told us he's the one that called, okay? So that narrows that down. We know which one called the Coast Guard, okay? And then somebody's lying. Either he's lying or the Coast Guard's lying. Now let's see if the Coast Guard's willing to lose his job for this fucking goofy looking kid, okay? You mean to tell me you spoke to the Coast Guard for 20 whole minutes and they did not go out there to look for that boy? And they forgot you called?
Right.
Look, Mr. Dean, if you're watching, you got a chance. You got a chance to get Evan out of this. Let me tell you one thing, Mr. Dean. Do not let Evan go on no podcast, baby. Do not let Evan go on no fucking podcast, baby. You can get Evan out of this right now because he's the one that's spilling it. So what's this prove, guys?
Listen,
this proves, number one, we had no idea which friend.
And on that same note, though, they trying to be like Ben Crump and them is stoking racial flames and all of this. And keep my name out your mouth because you know the Coast Guard came out talking about keep my name out your mouth, but they the ones that said he was found fully clothed. They the ones that said it. Just so you know.
Here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update, and Governor Tate Reeves says that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton are stoking racial division for personal gains. This doesn't make any sense. Look at this clip.
When you make those types of threats against public officials, against possible witnesses, and against the folks that are involved in this investigation and the family, then you are also committing a criminal act, and that's going to be taken very, very seriously.
Now, are you going to go after the people who sent that disgusting thing to the family of Nolan Wells? And Tate Reeves, did you not forget that in college you were part of the Kappa Alpha fraternity in Mississippi where people wore blackface and had Confederate flags painted on their faces? Now, you denied that you ever did this, but it's guilt by association. So it's just so confusing to me that everybody is so quick to say that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton are just after money for personal gain, but they're just trying to get justice for Nolan. Like, why would you not be putting the pressure on your sheriff, on your DA, on all of your people to get these answers out to the public instead of threatening Ben Crump, who's a civil rights attorney? It makes you look like you maybe did paint some of those Confederate flags on your face. Let me know in the comments, what do you think? Secret Service Samson for president of the world. Here with a Nolan Xavier Wells.
Hey, y'all. Now check this out. This real deep, y'all. I'm finna get real deep on y'all. AI, I use AI for a lot of things, but this is some AI like I ain't seen AI before. I had to share this with y'all.
If I could only give one advice, that advice would be never get on a boat with white people.
And never get on a little ass boat like that. That would be my advice. I ain't getting on that shit.
Did y'all hear what AI Nolan just said? Ooh-wee. AI's out here.
If I could only give one advice, that advice would be never get on a boat with white people.
And never get on a little ass boat like that. That would be my advice.
Now, if that's Reedy, her name's Reedy Rocks. If she made that, woo, that's how you use AI, boy. I mean, if you gonna use AI, I mean, that's how you do it, buddy. That's how you do it. Y'all can get mad all you want, but that boy is speaking from the grave. He channeling Nolan's spirits right now.
If I could only give one advice, that advice would be never get on a boat with white people.
And never get on a little ass boat like that.
That's deep. That's deep. Money Mike, what up? That's deep. Oh yeah, that's deep right there, Famo. I mean, that's her artistic expression. You see what I'm saying? That's her creative mind. You see what I'm saying? I mean, about 100 people jumped off when I played that. They didn't like that. These people is salty nuts about how they is being depicted out here in these public streets. The question is, you know what? Y'all being depicted so bad. The question is, what you gonna do about it? How are you gonna be different? How do you separate yourself from the numbskulls? Huh? Definitely not the ones in my chat. Y'all just as ignorant as all get out. Shorty, hey, you know what? I think it's time for y'all people to level with you. Shout out to West Laura Addison. She be spitting. I hit her a couple times on the show. You know, if she says something wrong, we're gonna correct it. But come on now.
Nolan Wells' parents had to bury their son's body with pieces of his neck missing. I want you to think about that for a second. And then I want you to ask yourself why there are not more people outraged at the lack of answers we are receiving, the lack of evidence, which is clearly missing, and the lack of pressure we are putting on the people that were involved. I have already seen people claiming that the independent autopsy found no foul play, confirmed drowning, and gave us no other reasons for concern. That is not what happened. And this is why it is important to actually do your research. Don't take a headline and run with the narrative you already want it to be. Look at all the documents. Actually look at all the statements, the context surrounding those statements. Actually try to do research and find out what this shit actually means. The independent...
Hey, real talk. Y'all need to do what Pepper just did. Pepper, what you was on the vertical one and then you went to the horizontal one? Is that what you did, Pep? I just real quick, I want to know. And if so, how did you do it? Because if you could, explain it really quick for everybody else to make the conversion. Because everybody comes in on the vertical one. And you would know if you're on the vertical one if you see that little bitty square with my face in there. You on the little one with the chat below me. You on the little one. We over here big live on the big one where you can see everything real live. So go on there over there to that one. You know what I'm saying? Real quick. But is that what you did, Pep? Oh, I'm getting to that. Hold on. I'm getting to that. There's some videos out. There's some crazy stuff out here right now, y'all. I'm just easing into it.
Pathologist Dr. Robert Mitchell did not rule Nolan's death as accidental. It was listed as undetermined pending further investigation. Let's talk about what that actually means. Undetermined does not mean someone was found guilty. Undetermined does not prove murder. But undetermined does not mean nothing was found and this was ruled a drowning or accidental. It means based on the information available, the pathologist could not determine what caused Nolan's death. And the actual report has a list of questions that still need to be answered. What circumstances led to Nolan entering the water? Was there evidence of injuries? Was there water in the airway? What were the toxicology reports? Could injuries to his neck structure have contributed? Those are not questions that conspiracy theorists come up with online.
Right.
Those are real questions that a forensic pathologist has. So one big thing found in this report was the huge spot of discoloration on the back of Nolan's head.
How does Miss Lori, how she get to do the research and y'all over there in the chat is clueless? How is that? Jeez Louise.
The area was reportedly 12 inches by 8 inches. Now, the pathologist did explain there are limitations after death. Decomposition, changes after death, and other factors can affect what is seen during the examination. We know that. So yes, discoloration can have many explanations, but here's what people are missing. When you have one finding by itself, there may be multiple explanations. But when you have these findings paired with missing evidence, yeah, these questions become very important. So the biggest takeaway from this is what was not available for independent autopsy.
Right.
According to the report, the anterior internal neck structures were not received with Nolan's body. They were not received with his body. This includes the trachea, the laryngeal cartilage, and the hyoid bone. Why does that matter? Because those very structures are extremely important when evaluating whether injuries occurred to the neck.
Right.
For example, the hyoid bone is one of the very structures that a forensic pathologist examines when looking for possible neck trauma, including possible strangulation. So without those structures being available, Dr. Mitchell stated he could not fully examine Nolan's body to determine what did or did not happen. So if those structures were important enough to examine in the original autopsy, why would you not think they would be important enough for the independent autopsy?
Come on now.
I can't help but think, and this is my opinion, you know, if you get an undetermined ruling, it's a lot harder to bring charges on someone. And people keep saying those pieces can be examined later on, and maybe they can. But quit pretending like there's not a difference in the first examination of a body and examining pieces later on that have been separated or retained by a different organization, especially in a case like this. This is bullshit. This has gone too far. And we want answers. If the roles were reversed, we would already have somebody in handcuffs today.
Straight like that. How the pattern is being fought in this case. Because of the long-term pattern, the playbook for demanding justice has shifted. The family and the civil rights attorneys, Ben Crump, are explicitly bypassing the local reliance. Federal investigation, the NAACP National Board of Directors has stepped in, pausing an official resolution damaging demanding that the U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, launch an in-depth, independent federal review of the case. Grand jury escalations. The local prosecutor has agreed to present the findings to the local grand jury, and this forces the case outside of police control and puts the state medical examiner's unreleased autopsy findings under direct legal scrutiny. It also goes on to say that national backing, prominent figures including Colin Kaepernick, Al Sharpton, and Tyler Perry have funded the independent investigation and funeral and have offered $125,000 reward for any witnesses on the case. Now we about to turn it up because this is what's hot right now. This is what's hot. Check this out, y'all.
Nolan Wells's Girl Toys mother has said some very interesting stuff on the internet. So, Katie McCormick, I'm going to need you to come to the front of the class because I got some fucking questions. Why is your mother on the Ocean Springs Talk of the Town, here you go, saying that you made it home because you was on another boat with different people? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? And then she also said Katie was safe because my brother and sister-in-law picked her up. What the fuck? Dumb. But either way, come on down and let's talk. I got some questions. She said some other shit too. If you were the last person to see him, allegedly, of course, right? This is allegedly. Allegedly, you, Katie, was the last person to see him. Is your family racist? I'm dead ass serious. This question. I know you're from Alabama. I'm from here too. So, like, is your family racist? Let's chat, okay? Come find me.
I'm just saying, y'all, that's y'all people calling them out. I'm racist now. They're saying the same thing. What are you talking about? Secret Service Sam again.
Update and something very odd. Attorney Ben Crump just posted this picture where he doesn't even allege, but I'll say allegedly, that this is Nolan on a boat and they're claiming that this is Katie in his lap. But what I don't understand, and people are commenting, is this picture is very grainy. Is it taken from a still, from a video? And what I'd like to know too, Mr. Crump, is, do you know something we don't know? Like, why post this video, or sorry, this picture, if you're not positive that this is Nolan and proof? Because if this is Nolan, this proves he left the island on the boat. And like that woman, Alasia Spencer, was saying that he got beat up. Now they're saying Andrew, the guy with the USA shaved in his chest, allegedly was threatening everybody to keep quiet because I believe, if possible, they were part of whatever happened to Nolan. But again, why would Ben Crump post this picture unless he knows something we don't? Mr. Crump, please let us know. We respect you. Great work. Secret Service Sam Out Sampson for President of the world. I'm here with a Nolan Xavier.
Come on now. They coming out in droves. Y'all folks is coming out in droves, spilling the beans. Coming out in drizzle. Now, I'm finna show y'all this. It got that funny Boys in the Hood that Boys in the Hood saxophones behind it. So I'm gonna turn it down. But I want y'all to take a look at this. This supposed to be Nolan on the island right here. Did y'all see this? Yeah, somebody done released a video, y'all. Now this video, whoo-wee, they got people talking, man. They got people talking, man. This vitro is crazy. If y'all don't know nothing about that, And then, yeah. Now, you know, who knows it, you know, if you know, we don't know yet about, you know, what's up. You know, the internet be put, but I just, you know, I gotta bring y'all everything that I've been seeing. This is supposed to be from that night. You see? Now, back to my girl, Kim. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get my damn, hold on. Damn, where did I put the video? All right. There was damn, hold on. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Quick second. Okay, here you go. This is actually back referencing to the Tatum video, because everybody start lighting that up when it start happening, you know.
Talk about this interview with Nolan Wells' so-called best friend. Best friend. People use that term loosely. And I'm gonna tell you right now in this video, that's not his best friend. Everybody that keeps saying he was my best friend, he's like a brother to me, they're lying. He's not. They're not showing it. Show me that was your best friend. Show some emotion, will you? I'm talking about the Officer Tatum interview. Will you show some emotion, please? He didn't show no emotion. You know, your so-called best friend is gone. You went to the island with your so-called best friend and you didn't leave with them. And then when you were describing it, well, Nolan decided to stay with that girl. Did you have a problem with him being with that girl, though? Was this all over a girl? I'm not sure. Inquiring minds want to know, was it all over a girl?
Was it all over the broad? Why everybody asking the same questions? I don't know nobody who say they was cradling somebody. Over this broad? Over her, fam? This was the apple of the eye? Okay. Let him go on then. Hold on.
I don't know. You said he stayed and she knows, she's a witness to it. That's what he said. I want to know what girl was a witness to it. What is he talking about? That was a very telling interview. You know why? Because that shows that Nolan, that he was with frenemies. That's what I want to talk about in this video right now.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to share this with, I promise you the language is going to be okay. You might want to share this with a young child in your family. Just think of me as the uncle you never had. You know, I'm OG status. I'm not unk status no more. You see the gray hair. I'm OG status.
Right.
Okay. I don't been there, done that. I know what frenemies look like.
Right.
Okay. I know what frenemies look like.
Right.
And they look like that. Okay. Frenemies. That's what we want to talk about. Everybody is not your best friend. You don't leave your best friend on an island and then he end up dead. If you went there, you all go together, you come back together. Albeit, if you said that he wanted to stay with the girl, okay, I get that. Okay. But she said he didn't leave with her. And she said, according to her conversation with Nolan, she was led to believe that he was going back with his friends and she left with her friends. So somebody's lying here. Now, is it a situation, guys, where he could have drowned? Of course. It could have just been an accident. But there's conflicting storylines here. There's conflicting storylines. So there's a problem. We don't know who is responsible or what happened. But when people have questions, I don't want people to say, jump down our throat and say, oh, well, you guys are reaching and stuff like that. No, that's why I don't respond to certain people. I just don't respond.
Me neither.
The fact of the matter is, when he was going through that interview, he showed no emotion whatsoever.
None at all.
He showed no emotion. It was almost like he was defending himself, like if he had to go to court or something. He's making his own case. That's all I got from it. That's all I got from the interview. Everybody is not your friend. You don't leave your friends on the island to fend for themselves. Okay.
At all.
And he almost got an attitude when he was describing it. He was staying with the girl. I'm paraphrasing, but he was staying with the girl, and we have witnesses to that.
Yeah.
He almost got. He took a defensive stance.
Yeah.
Like he was very arrogant in that interview. Young man, you were very arrogant. Okay. You were very arrogant in that interview. And the reason why is because it was trained to you. Your folks taught you to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. Okay, because they didn't give you no home training. I already know this. They didn't give you no home training. They didn't have no home training. It's a whole generation of people that didn't have no home training. Okay? See, I don't give a damn what people got to say about this. Like I said, I'm OG status. When you reach a certain age, listen, man, you just go off your life experiences. We all have them. Okay? The fact of the matter is here, something is wrong. Katie said he didn't leave with her. You guys said he was staying back with Katie. Well, how was he supposed to get back to the mainland? Walk? He gonna park the sea and just walk? A jet ski? There was no jet skis around. Maybe there were. Now, I don't know who did this. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, if I'm a betting man, I think some arrests will be made eventually. Eventually. And the police, the local police out there are being very quiet. When that body was shipped off, we learned this, when that body was shipped off for the second independent autopsy, he was received without the contents of his neck. You know, this region right here was
all
missing.
Up in here.
Why? Why was it missing? Was something wrong? Was there an anomaly there? Was there something there? What happened? I don't think it was normal, whatever they found there. I don't think it was normal. And then the contents of his stomach. Well, obviously, they studied the contents of the stomach. They tried to determine when he died because of they try to interview people. Well, when did he have his last meal? Oh, he had his last meal around this time. They can tell by the digestive tract on how long he'd been dead.
Exactly.
They could tell. That's why they kept it. I know that from following previous cases.
Whole town.
And I also know from following previous cases that something is wrong here. Okay. People are professional gaslighters. Okay, you can interview with Officer Tatum all you want to. Interview with me.
Right.
Interview with me, and we're going to have a real conversation. Interview with me. And I'm going to ask you some questions that he didn't ask. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask the pertinent questions. Were you drinking that day? You were driving the boat, right? You were the captain of that boat, right? Were you drinking? Were you drunk when you were coming back? Yes or no? He didn't show no emotion in that interview talking about his best friend is gone. Let my best friend passed away and me and him went together. I'll be distraught. But some people don't have a soul. That's what I believe. Some people are straight demons. Okay? I don't care what nobody think about this, what I'm saying right now. We, again, don't know what happened, man.
Hold up. For the record though, he didn't call Warren a demon, did he? Did he call Warren a demon devil? What? Huh? Is that what he did? Was I right all along? I made this weeks ago. Was I right all along? I knew it was something with them dudes. I told you. I told you. And on that same note, when we talk about lying, it ain't only the bros. The sis got the same question.
I find it interesting that Nolan's friends
that friend that did the interview, Warren, says that we begged Nolan to get on the boat. My friend was yelling at him, get on the boat. Nolan just wanted to, he didn't want to go. He wanted to stay with Katie, the girl. Are you sure? You want us to hold you to that? I don't think that is how that went, because I don't think that ever happened.
David.
According to Ben Crump, allegedly, when the girl was leaving, what Nolan said to her was, I'm going to go with my boys. But now the friends are saying that, no, he said he's going to stay with the girl. It's giving, there's an active lie being covered up, and the lie is that they told him anything. I think they just left him on the island, and they didn't want that out there because that would incriminate them. So they had to make up this lie that they told him to get on the boat. Before, reports were saying that Nolan let them know that he was going to stay with the girl. But now when Warren does the interview, he lays it on thick. We told Nolan to get on the boat. We begged him.
He did lay it on thick.
We told him, you begged him. That's giving, you're laying it on thick because you want to absolutely give the message that you are not involved. You want to absolve yourself of any involvement. So you're laying it on thick, but you just tripped up, my love. Why would you go out of your way to say that we told him to get on the boat and he said no? We begged him. Why would you need to beg somebody who just want to stay back with a girl on an island that has two other boats that y'all came with?
Right.
And other people on the island that during daytime, that would not be a big deal. I'd just be like, okay, dude, whatever. We'll see you back at the house. We begged him. Why would you beg him if you didn't have any type of panic? That's why I think it's all made up and just constructed. I mean, who's going to fact check them? Nolan? Nolan is dead. Nolan can't say yes to this or no to that. It's only the friends that can say what happened and what they said and what they did not say. And I think that is one lie that they made up. I don't think they told him anything. I think they left him there. And I think they knew something was going to happen to him with another group of boys, or maybe the two.
Served him right on up on the ritual side of the game. 250-year anniversary of America. Katie as the bait. I mean, why we all thinking the same thing?
Who are the other people on the two other boats? Like, who's to say they didn't know that some kind of plan was going to go on because of altercation between the boys, and they just let Nolan, but in the back of their head knew that something was going to go down. Who's to say?
Fake like the boat is taking on water and dip out with the phone. You don't need your phone. See, hold up. Remember that interview? He was like, yeah, I've been coming down here for 50 years, bro, man. Nobody has their phone. I mean, nobody has their phone, bro. I mean, like, even if you're going to take a picture, you, like, jump off the boat and you take a picture for a second and you jump back on. But everybody leave. We had so many phones there. They were, like, piled up. Like, we didn't even know whose phone was who. Like, nobody has their phone. Because if you have your phone, then you can drop it in the water and you know you can't see it because of the salt water. And was they just playing their part, y'all? Was they just playing their part, though? Was they just playing their part on the serve him up type of game? Nah, we didn't kill Nolan, but we knew he was getting killed, though. That's heavy.
That's not how that went down. And leaving Nolan on the island by himself or without him would make sense as to why they had his phone. Y'all can say what y'all want, but yeah, teenagers do not leave their phones, even if there's no cell service. Who cares? I don't give a damn. I'm like me and I find it interesting that Nolan's friends,
I don't give a damn. No cell phone service or not. I still need mine. I'm taking pictures. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Whoop-de scoop, whoop, whoop. Nah, let me get that. Let me get that. I need that. Come on, man. Why we all thinking the same thing, though? Why is everybody thinking the same thing? Don't believe me? Just listen. Everybody.
Good morning, world. It's Tila, and I'm back with another video. Hey, I went back and watched that interview and statement that Tashima Javion mama made. And in that interview, I didn't pay attention that she said Christine told her that she was advised that nobody had seen Nolan since he returned from the island. Wait a minute. Am I tripping? Let's listen together.
Called with Christine on the phone, Javon. Javon said no, he hadn't seen Nolan since early on the island. And he was like, what? Are y'all serious? He was like, yes. And so Christine intervened in the conversation and said, Nolan has not been heard from since he left the island.
She said when he returned from the island. Who told Christine that? Was it Warren? Because he was the one who called her. Y'all have a good day.
And on that note, y'all, you know something that we all skipped over real quick? You know something we all skipped over? You know something that we all skipped over? If Warren made the call, Warren had to get the number from dude to call his mom, right? Why didn't you tell her you had the phone right then? Man, Mrs. Wells, you know, I'm worried about Nolan. I got his phone over here. You know, if you want me to bring it through or you want to come get it. Why they have to come get the phone? Why did that have to occur? Did we skip over that? Because he said, I don't know, if you thought that your homeboy was cradling a girl on the island, and then before you left, supposedly, which is a lie, you told him to get on the boat multiple times, but he was with the girl, and he's like, no, I'm staying with the chick. Then why when you got home, and y'all know Katie, why didn't y'all get up with Katie that night? Like, what's up? Nolan still with you? What's popping? Ooskoo go ga. Nah, you call his mom like, I'm worried about Nolan, man. Has Nolan been with you? You heard from Nolan? How can his mom hear from Nolan and y'all got his phone? What? So Nolan asked somebody on the beach, hey, man, my friends left me, bro. Let me use your phone really quick. That's why we know he didn't leave it. That's why we know he didn't stay. Unless it all went down on the island. But now, hold on, y'all. It gets the plot gets it's thick. But now they trying to say that the pool party is really, really, really real. The pool party is really, really real. Did y'all know that? The pool party, somebody's speaking out. Did y'all know that? I mean, they already figured out whose house it was and everything.
I'm here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update, and this new video that Nicole Everything posted, make sure you follow her, she's an amazing creator, is saying that it was, again, Ava's house where the pool party happened. Listen to this.
Wyatt and all them left because they were like, okay, he's just gonna go with Katie, whatever. Well, then everybody got back in and we were all at Ava's house, and Wyatt was like, where's Nolan? He was like, isn't he coming with Katie and them? And they were like, yeah. And Warren was like, let me call him and ask where he is. Or Warren was like, I have his phone. Like, somebody call Katie and ask where he is. And then they called Katie. And that's when they found out that that no one ever went with her either. She said that.
So this is obviously very suspicious because Warren had sworn that he was with Katie and never told us in the interview that he had found out that he wasn't with Katie.
No one ever went with her.
You know, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, you know, this is the last time I saw him, you know, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
What do you guys think? I think more and more is going to come out as the pressure builds. As you saw, the DA is waiting to release the autopsy report, which I really honestly have no clue, because the longer they wait, the more this creates distrust within what they're doing surrounding this case. Why is it that the second autopsy was released, the preliminary reports, but the state has not even released their preliminary reports? So it's just all botched. It's all over the place. The Warren interview, I mean, he filmed that thing a few weeks ago. Now it's coming out, obviously, with Officer Race Tatum, and he is snitching and tell it all, and I cannot wait until his mom, Ashley Cole, is on his podcast, because I'm sure that's going to be a bombshell also. Secret Service Sam out Sampson for president of the world. Secret Service Sam here with the Nolan Xavier Wells.
So we got one of the medical examiners that got her little piece to say about the throat. So I guess she want to talk for herself. Shout out to my man Pascal, who broke it down. My man Pascal. So if y'all can't see Pascal's face, y'all on the vertical feed. If you go to the other feed, you can see the whole thing. It's 2 feeds. But let's rock and roll.
Not being there, okay? Pieces of Nolan not being sent to that forensic pathologist. That's a bad situation. And apparently he did a crackerjack job on his very thorough investigation into Nolan Wells' body. But the thing is that there were things that were holding him back, like the dumb trot not being there. That's a massive problem, especially when you need to do the investigation into his throat, windpipe, and his lungs to find out if he succumbed to water. That's a massive problem, y'all. You see what I'm saying? So now you got everybody and their mama looking at Jackson County being like, what's going on here? This is suspicious. That's very strange. And instead of this DA speaking out and saying, hey, we're going to be as transparent as we can, she's saying, everyone shut up. Don't say nothing. When everybody's looking at them in a suspicious manner, when everybody's hard side-eyeing them, this is the moment when they say, let's be transparent. Let's speak out. Let's give them what they need. But she doesn't do that. She says, keep quiet. Let's take a look at this. The Jackson County District Attorney just issued a video statement just yesterday, okay, regarding the demise of Nolan Wells. So the district DA, okay, McIlrath, addressed the urgency and pressure from the public regarding the results of the investigation into Wells' demise. She said every death in the county that is not the result of natural causes or a non-criminal car wreck is presented to a grand jury, which is how Wells' case has been handled or is being handled, okay? She also said she has an ethical obligation to avoid public statements to make sure there is no influence on witnesses and to preserve the integrity of the investigation. She also urged investigating agencies not to release information. I'm going to hit the dun-dun-dun again. Let me just read this statement, and I got to say something about that. These rules exist to search for the truth, not prevent it. We are not taking time for time's sake. We're taking time for the work this investigation demands. Okay, fine. I understand that you need to do your due diligence. I understand that you need to do your investigation and all that. But please miss me with the nonsense of you actually saying, of you trying to be transparent. You haven't been transparent in the past with the parents. And now you're being even less less transparent to the public
Exactly.
who know the truth.
Wells, who is lead attorney,
We're telling it with
the tremendous of Jack.
he had to say.
As district attorney for the 19th Circuit Court District of Mississippi, I want to talk directly to the people of Jackson County. Our community is grieving the tremendous loss of Nolan Wells, who is loved and treasured by everyone.
Hold on, y'all talking to me? What video y'all talking about? What video I need to see? LeBoo reacts. That's where I'm supposed to go. I think I've seen something. Go to your channel. Is that what I need to do? Or is y'all having another conversation amongst yourselves? I just want to make sure I'm on track because something keep catching my eye over there. Go to LeBoo. I already made her a devil. Yep, she's I ain't posted her. I ain't posted her up yet. But she on my phone and she's devil ready right now. I didn't already, and she's an ugly devil too. I just ain't put the devil up yet, but trust me, she got hers coming already. All right, let me go look at is that on YouTube or is that's on YouTube? Which I want to check what y'all talking about. I need to know what y'all talking about. Dang, too bad you can't put a with the Z, reacts with a Z. Okay, hold on real quick. Let me see what you talking about. Let me see what you talking about now. I'm trying to find your channels. You know how they be when you're trying to find a channel. It's so much LaBoo stuff coming up. It's just drowning you down. I can't. What's your handle? Yeah, what's your handle? What's your because I'm having a hard time pulling it up. What's your YouTube handle? But real quick though, while I'm trying to figure, I'm still looking. I'm trying to pay attention. But while we're doing that, I want to let it keep rolling. I don't want to slow it down.
Nolan's family deserves
He had to say.
As district attorney for the 19th Circuit Court District of Mississippi, I want to talk directly to the people of Jackson County. Our community is grieving the tremendous loss of Nolan Wells, who is loved and treasured by everyone. Nolan's family deserves answers, and our community deserves answers. Every death in the county, except those of natural causes and non-criminal car wrecks, are presented to your grand jury. Many people don't know that. We have handled death investigations in this manner my entire career. Nolan's case is being handled the same way, with the same care and the same commitment to the truth that we handle all death investigations.
There needs to be more communication then between other entities, outside entities and internal entities, because apparently there's too much misinformation even going on between these people who are conducting autopsies, investigations, so on and so forth. This is not especially when this is playing out on the world stage. There needs to be things out there to quell and also debunk the rumors that are out here too. Staying silent does not help that. Just saying.
I understand the public's urgency to know what happened to Nolan, but we are not taking time for time's sake. We are taking the time required to complete the work this investigation demands. Since Nolan was reported missing, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies have worked around the clock investigating what happened to him. Every piece of evidence must be examined. Every credible lead must be followed to its conclusion. Every witness interview must be analyzed in context of all other evidence. The pressure for answers does not change what the work requires. Our responsibility to Nolan and our community is to complete this investigation thoroughly, carefully, without compromise, supported by the evidence, and worthy of the confidence of the people we serve.
I think here's the thing: if you are doing this without compromise, then why can't investigators speak out and let the public know what's going on in the investigation?
So many people have DM'd me.
I feel like it's already been compromised. If you're looking at what the general public is saying and how people are reacting, and now you're going, well, we're going to keep back to preserve the integrity. Well, the integrity has not been preserved. It's been absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
From what we've heard and from what we've been gathering. And if we're wrong, this is the perfect opportunity for one to speak out and say, hey, you got it wrong. This is what we're doing here. Give people updates. Give the family updates. Don't leave them in the dark. You see what I'm saying?
I also understand that many people have questions about why more information has not been released publicly.
Yes.
In Mississippi, the rules of professional conduct restrict the information a prosecutor can release during an investigation. Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation and the grand jury proceeding. As your district attorney, I have an ethical obligation to avoid public statements that could influence witnesses, prejudice a proceeding, or compromise the fairness of the legal process. My obligation extends to and requires me to use reasonable care to ensure investigating agencies avoid making those statements and releasing information as well.
But that's the thing.
Did you know?
What about it's all that what you just said was about you.
And it is.
But as far as the sheriff, as far as investigators, why can't they say anything? As far as what you need to do, fine. Okay, bet. But now you're turning and saying, hey, investigators, shut up. Like they're trying to seal information, and that looks suspicious. You see what I'm saying? This doesn't help the situation. It makes things suspicious.
The bottom line is they're trying their damnedest not to do anything at all. And if everybody can't see that, then that's pretty much the issue. Like it's deeper than that. You know, Evan was going to the NFL, possibly. You know what I'm saying? They this is Operation Protect the White Boy now. You know what I'm saying? Nolan's dead. Okay, woo, woo, woo. They don't care about any of that. They don't care about none of that. Now it's time to Operation Protect the White Boy to make sure that they get away at any cost. You know what I mean? Let's not act like we don't know what this is. I could have told you that. It's Operation Protect the White Boy from here on out. And then we got your boy who, in my opinion, sounds clearly jealous of Nolan for Katie. I have never heard anybody refer to an action of holding a woman cradling, unless it was a baby. And is that how precious he holds Katie near and dear to his heart, like a baby? And was he like real mad that you was holding my baby like that? Is that what he was saying? I'm just saying, I'm just reading between the lines. I'm just trying to breathe. Have any of y'all ever? Have you ever heard anybody refer to cradling a woman before? Have you ever heard that? I'm just curious. Have you ever heard somebody say they was cradling somebody before? Yeah, I didn't think so, Brian. Yeah. That sounds like real jealous words to me. That sounds like real jealous. Vindictive. Yeah, I saw. Nolan was with Katie all day. Nolan was with Katie all day. He was over there cradling her. Damn, bro. Am I supposed to be checking my email for something? Yeah. Netter. Cradling is super wild. What are you talking about? I don't speak mayonnaise. That is hilarious. And she ain't doing. Is that the white version of cuffing? Nah, because it ain't no slang they got that we don't know about. But shit, actually, it might be because they always trying to use ours when they around us. We don't never get to hear it. Dig that. Dig that. Try that on for size. Did y'all hear that phone call? You know they like trickling off little bits and pieces and this and that and the third. They got the phone call with them calling in on the boat, the one that they said that they didn't need. Check this out.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
What'd you say? Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah. Everybody's
How many? All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
It looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you on Horn Island?
Yeah.
How you going down and you don't need the Coast Guard? And hell yeah, cuz sound drunk. They sound like they smashed. No.
We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
And
we're just sinking, man. I don't know, man. We're sinking.
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah. Everybody's
How many? All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
It looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you on Horn Island?
Yes.
All right. Is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
We're sinking.
Is it aground is the question?
What kind of there's some smug little assholes too, ain't it? Smug little butt munches, huh? Talking to that lady all crazy. And she sound like she black. It sound like he annoyed with her or something. Do you know who my dad is, bro? Hell no, he ain't panicking. He ain't, he rude as hell. Don't sound like no emergency to me. Yeah, why you don't need the Coast Guard? You going down?
Yeah.
It looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right. Is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in
Okay.
17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
How many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question. Hello, can you hear me?
Jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hello?
Nobody's over 21. No, I don't want any baloney. What? This dude's they're assholes too, by the way. And that's supposed to be Wyatt. That's supposed to be bad suit Wyatt, y'all. Let me show y'all who's supposed to be talking. Let me show y'all who's supposed to be talking. That's bad suit Wyatt, y'all. That's country blue bell, blue ribbon. I won the last 4 years in cow udder milking suit Wyatt. That's this devil dweeb right here. He looked exactly like he sound on the phone too. Just so y'all know.
You want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
How many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question. Hello, can you hear me?
Jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hello?
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7. Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're getting...
Hold up, he said like 7. How you the captain and don't know how many people on your boat? How is that? This who we talking about, y'all. Bad suit Wyatt. This little dweeb right here. If that boy ain't the biggest dweeb you ever seen, he damn near talk worse than Warren. Yep. You right about that, QG. That's crazy. Let's talk some more about this investigation, though.
Nolan Wells investigation updates for the day. So I only have a few updates today, but I do want to reiterate something from yesterday because it did pop up in my comments and I also have seen it being reported otherwise. So we know that the internal portion of Nolan's neck was not sent with the rest of his remains when they were sent down to, and it is actually managed by the National Park Service. So if sent, they also made mention of the fact that like there is some kind of bone or something that is located in this area that is most often associated with somebody being lynched. I don't know, but that was also something that was spoken of. I just wanted to reiterate that. We're going to move around. Interesting discovery. Number 1, did you know that Horn Island is actually federal property and it is actually managed by the National Park Service? So if Mississippi chooses not to agree to participate without resistance, you realize that this is an easy way for federal implications to flow in, right? I wanted to drop that off and we're going to move right on to the next thing. Next open item on the case. Warren's dad is a doctor. We knew that there were doctors on the docket of the parents of these children. Warren's dad is a doctor, but did you know that Warren's dad is a doctor in toxicology? Interesting. Could he be one of the people that might be administering this toxicology report? Do you know what this is making me feel like? This is feeling like the Murdaugh case all over again. It's just not judges and lawyers alone. Now we have infiltrated the entire system here. Allegedly, because I don't know what's really going on. Let that simmer and marinate. And if I am making the appropriate connections, Warren's mom could be a judge in Mississippi in the same county as this case. So even if she's probably not going to be the person that's overseeing the case, she probably has pretty strong relationships and connections and rapport with judges alike in the area. Just keep that in mind and let's move along. Even if it's not Warren's mom, if it's one of those kids' mom that's involved, we already know she's covering the entire group with direction, legal direction, that is. Now, the last thing is that on the day of Nolan's funeral, I believe, his mom signed paperwork, filed it with the courts to open up Nolan's estate. And you're probably trying to figure out, why would she do such a thing? This opens up the opportunity for her to be able to file a lawsuit for damages should other people be found responsible on the behalf of his estate. So mama is just making sure she's covering all her bases. The other thing that I just want to insert in here, I think that Ben Crump did a horrible job of articulating the findings of this particular autopsy, but I also think that Mississippi gonna have to come up off of something. Now, I did also stumble upon, I don't know the logistics of it, but I believe there was another entity that attempted to obtain documentation that would reflect some of what is in the autopsy. And the second request for that was denied because I think somebody realized that they cannot provide that information pending this open investigation. There is a lot of speculation that we may not find out the true findings of that autopsy until this goes before a grand jury, and at that point then the court documents would reflect it and then it would be public knowledge. That is disgusting as far as I'm concerned, because after knowing that there is an independent autopsy with the results present, I think that this is a point where Mississippi has the option to operate like a general justice system and not one that leans more to one race or another, and literally just give the findings. Because if the explanation is the reason that these body parts were not sent is because they are going under further investigation, that's an explanation that can be provided. But if you didn't provide them because you're withholding information, we're going to find out. So if you don't say there was additional research, if you don't say a preservation of these body parts was necessary for the investigation,
right,
you realize that we're going to find that out, and then the system will be identified as corrupt, and then this will go forward as a federal case that you really don't want. There's also some alleged speculation that there were other boats involved, and those boats are not being considered from a GPS standpoint. And they were also saying that the other boats could have went to different destinations other than the boat that has been investigated. These are all my findings for the week. Of course, all this information is alleged.
No, we know that there was more than one boat because your boy he actually confirmed that. So we know it was 3 boats with about 30 people. So we know that. That's not a stretch. Thank you for your update, mommy. Diamond the Entertainer. She say it's 300 people out there and 0 witnesses.
To all the people who are talking about Nancy Grace is 2.5 weeks late to the case. Baby, let me tell you something. It is better to show up late than never. So we welcome Nancy Grace in this place. Because the thing is this, people thought that they would be able to sweep Nolan Wells' death underneath the rug.
Nope, you just messed up trying to be a hot girl. I can't even do nothing with you, shorty. Sorry about that, babe. You was finna start cooking, and now you want to be Missy with the hot girls, and there ain't nothing I can do. I can't do nothing for you now. I don't know if y'all missed, but Ashley Cole. Who is Ashley Cole? Let me show you. That's Warren's mom. So let me show y'all who that is real quick. Miss Ashley Cole then came out with another message. Oh, yes. Warren's mom has come out with another message.
So the day following Nolan Xavier Wells' funeral, Judge Ashley Cole decided to post, right is right, wrong is wrong. What does that actually mean? Because right would be to come out and offer condolences. Right would be to reach out to the parents of Nolan Xavier Wells. You could have even let him use the boat. Y'all knew he was missing. Why nobody offered a boat to go look for this young man? That would have been a good gesture.
Right.
You had your stepson do a whole interview, and the person you decided was a good idea to do this interview with was a MAGA podcaster. Out of all the people, all the podcasters, you pick the side that is blatantly mostly racist.
I said the same thing. They talking about they want to make their case look good, and y'all go pick race baitum Tatum? Tatum the race baitum? Tatum the tap dance? I do whatever for Massa Tatum, datum, baitum? For real though? I thought that was super McDuper whack. You know what I'm saying? I forgot what cousin's name is, but he always be cooking. I can't. His name is so long, I can't even never really read it. But I follow him. Make sure I throw a like on there. But cuz said, let's not forget now.
So I think it's important that we clarify a few things when it comes to the independent autopsy that was done in the case of Nolan Xavier Wells, because I fear that people are trying to play semantics in order to distract us from what we clearly see happening in our faces. Number one, there were not organs missing from his body. However, there were parts of his throat that were not sent with his body. Now, the reason that people keep referring to them as organs is because they are organs of the throat.
Where the neck is, or the organs of the neck as it's referred to.
And at the end of the day, none of that matters. Why didn't you send his entire body? And what is going on with the throat? Which leads me to my next point. People keep saying that it is normal for people to send a body for an additional autopsy with parts of the body missing. That is not normal.
These neck structures are actually being held by the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office, and they don't just arbitrarily hold things like this, Nancy. This is something that would commonly go with the body when the body is released. So,
It is only normal when there is something to be further investigated in the death of the person or the cause of death for the person. And the people who did the original autopsy could have told the folks who were receiving the body that parts of the throat were missing and why parts of the throat were missing.
Here's our word, Nancy. They're talking about the hyoid is missing as well. Yeah, and it's very, very far up the neck, Nancy. And one of the things that happens is that with the hyoid, it's generally only traumatized as a result of direct pressure that's generally applied by a throttling event or a C-clamp like this, throttling meaning like this, so manual strangulation.
And they did not. That is suspicious. That is not normal. I just want people to remember that you're not just reporting on another case while talking about the death of Nolan Wells. We are talking about a young black boy who was sent to an island with his white friends who all returned without him, and then he was reported missing and later came back dead. And his parents are asking for answers. So in these moments, I don't think semantics really help us. I think what's helpful is demanding answers from the people who are not giving the answers. So I think it's important that we clarify a few things when it comes to the independent autopsy.
Hey, and real quick though, just on some real quick, I gotta watch that Nancy Grace episode for myself. We just gonna have to go ahead and get into it because there's too many clips, and I need to see what's up. So we gonna jump on into the Nancy Grace joint.
Bombshell tonight: the Nolan Wells autopsy furor. This as the FBI swoops in. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
I find it very difficult to believe that not one, but two
was the autopsy. He said the body had marked decompensation. Another limitation faced by this forensic pathologist was the absence of the anterior internal neck structures. The trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn, and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So he's saying that the throat was not received with the body when he got Nolan Wells' body in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy.
The only question that we have is what happened to our son. That is the only question. We have consistently been degraded by the public. There's been questions about our parenting, our GoFundMe, this, that, and other. I've been called a racist. I am a healthcare provider, and I take my job very seriously. I love everyone. And it's been difficult for us, but we are leaning into our faith, leaning into one another, also leaning into all of you.
You were saying family attorney Ben Crump, followed by Nolan Wells' mother, speaking. Dear Lord in heaven, what is wrong with people? If this were your child, wouldn't you want to know what happened? He goes out with friends. They all come back. He's dead. I don't understand the hate directed toward Nolan's family and to everyone looking for answers. At this hour, I don't think anyone is guilty. But I do know that there is a conflict in the stories, and we are not stopping until we know what happened to Nolan Wells. So you can send all the hate and vitriol you want.
For the record, though, you see how she tried to explain a little bit. I don't think anybody is guilty. Then what are you doing all of this for? What are you trying to find out then? That was a little that YT explaining right there. Just so y'all know.
Have at it. That from our friends over at NAACP. straight out to Joseph Scott Morgan. We got an all-star panel lined up to analyze what's happening at this hour. As we are learning, the FBI has swooped into this investigation. And that is not disparaging local law enforcement, although they did apparently jump the gun at the get-go and say no foul play suspected. Well, I suspect foul play because I don't know any differently. Maybe it will turn out to all be an accident. But as of right now, we need a full-on investigation. Joe Scott Morgan, before I give your very, very long intro bio, where's the throat? I know we have deep red markings on the occipital bone that's in the back of the... thank you. This is directly from the autopsy. We want you to see what the family has seen. Don't you think, Joe Scott Morgan, that the second medical examiner might need the throat to figure out what happened? I mean, Joe Scott, it's on fire, claims that Nolan Wells had been lynched, that he had been strangled, asphyxiated. Do I believe a lynching occurred? No, I do not believe.
Hey, them facial expressions is a mug. And of course you wouldn't think a lynching happened. Nancy, you don't want your folks to be looked at like that. Of course you don't. If that's the case, then you're really actually kind of pussyfooting a little bit, ma'am. How you not going to be open to all possibilities, but you want to get down to the truth? That's quite disingenuous, Nancy.
Believe that. But I do know I need to see the neck.
Yeah, and let me tell you where the neck is. Or the organs of the neck, as it's referred to. These neck structures are actually being held by the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office, and they don't just arbitrarily hold things like this, Nancy. This is something that would commonly go with the body when the body is released. So I deduce the fact that they have seen something there that they're trying to hold on to from an evidentiary value. Remember, the state still has an ongoing investigation in this case, and they see evidentiary value in this. And yes, I know that the second autopsy prosector up in D.C. would have liked to have seen this, but he understands this, why they would retain it. And it is being retained, I can promise you that, as are other tissue samples. But the problem is that when you get into these structures in the neck, one of the things you're trying to assess is, was this a drowning? Also, is there any kind of trauma? If people will just put their hands right here in the midline of your neck, you'll feel that kind of cartilaginous body there. That's cartilage, right? That can be fractured. Need I remind you, Epstein, right? So you have to examine this. Also, here's our word, Nancy. They're talking about the hyoid is missing as well. So they don't have that. They've retained
Joe Scott Morgan, because show me, Joe Scott. You and I, hyoid, we know what it is because you and I have handled a ton of asphyxiation, ligature, manual strangulations, you name it. Hyoid, explain. It's so delicate.
Yeah, and it's very, very far up the neck, Nancy. And one of the things that happens is that with the hyoid, it's generally only traumatized as a result of direct pressure that's generally applied by a throttling event or a C-clamp like this, throttling meaning like this, so manual strangulation. And an outlier here is ligature strangulation, but primarily hands-on. So they're looking for little fractures in here all along the way. So that has to be dissected, along with these there's a couple of other structures that you look at as well. They've held on to this for some reason. I don't have the answer for that, but I can tell you it's being preserved. I don't know if they're getting further consultation on their end. That is the state. And I'm sure that... Yeah.
Stop. Joe Scott, you're giving me so much information. Let me tell everybody, if they don't know who you are, why you're here tonight. Okay. Joe Scott Morgan is a death investigator. He has investigated over 10,000 death scenes of all natures. You've only got a few choices. You've got homicide, suicide, accident, natural causes like a heart attack, and unexplained. Tonight, we've got 2 unexplained medical examiners' reports. Yeah. Why? We don't have the lungs in a potential drowning case. Why? We don't have the neck in a potentially, as you said, throttling case. Why?
Yeah.
Those are the two main things I want to see. Joe Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, with a world-class criminal procedure department. I've toured it myself. He's the author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, and he is the star of a hit podcast, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan, and so much more, but that would take the whole program. Joe Scott, really? With allegations floating, very incendiary allegations of lynchings, of throttlings, of ligatures. The main thing I want to see, the lungs and the neck, and they're both missing. I have a problem.
So what does that tell you? Why are you just so against the lynching? You see how they do? You see how the so-called allies do? Y'all see that? I just want you to take notes to this. I've been thinking it for a long time, but I didn't want to stop. But you see how she do? I want to get to the bottom of this. I really want to know. Yeah. Well, how do you want to get to the bottom of it? But you just so sure it ain't none of that other stuff, huh? Sure of that. If you don't shut up.
Well, I don't know that the lungs are necessarily missing. Let me tell you how this works. They have done sections of the lungs at the ME's office in Mississippi. Now, the one thing that is included in this report relative to the second autopsy that's been released is that the doctor here, who is a fantastic doctor, highly credentialed, knows what he is doing, former chief medical examiner for DC, he is stating that he has taken tissue samples. He repeats this over and over again in the report. He submitted this for his own histology. Why is that important? Well, if you get into the lungs, that lung tissue, and he can identify it even in it, I'm going to be real graphic here, it arrived in a bag, okay? So he would have to pick through this, find lung tissue in there, and then sample that, and he's going to be looking microscopically for signs of drowning there, and he'll make his own assessment. One of the things I'm concerned about, Nancy, and I hope that they did this down in Mississippi, is that when they did this initial examination, did they do diatom testing, which is you're looking for these little bits of algae that are distinct to both freshwater and saltwater. And if you find that within the system, that's also an indication that the individual may have been submerged and taken on water. So right now we've got a lot of questions, but as the second doctor says, this is all still pending investigation.
I'm trying to digest and make sense of everything Joe Scott Morgan just told me. But what I know is that I don't have the lungs and a potential drowning, and I don't have the neck and a potential throttling, as he called.
It come to my attention. It's come to my attention that we got a lot of trolls in here. And as we do all the time on the Keep It P podcast, when there's a lot of trolls in here, we come together and we show black unity. So when I put this music on, I'm going to need y'all to put in the chat where you're from. Go ahead and rep your city, because this is how we flush. This is how we flush the boo-boo out the thing. Come on, y'all. Y'all know how we do it. Yeah. I guess it's about that time. Oh, yeah. Let me turn that up. Hey. Uh-oh. Baltimore City up in here. AZ up in here. Cali up in here. Mississippi up in here. The whole Midwest up in here. St. Louis up in here. Columbus, Ohio. Memphis, Tennessee. Baltimore. Toronto. California, Illinois, Detroit, New Jersey, yay area, the whole USA, NYC in the building, Montgomery, Alabama, New Jersey, what we got, Pittsburgh, PA, Shreveport, Louisiana, Leland, Mississippi, Seattle, Washington, Jacksontown, Jackson. We got New Jersey, South Carolina, Columbia, Missouri, North Carolina, Beaumont, Texas, Cincinnati, Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, Detroit, Paris, NYC, Richmond, but off up in Ohio though. Wilmington, North Carolina, Louisiana, you heard me? VA, Jackson, Mississippi, Shreveport, Louisiana, DC. Yes, Canada. She meant Canada. Connecticut, Houston, Texas. We got LA. LA in his own. Town, Ohio, Milwaukee, the Bay, Long Island, the whole South in your mouth. The Midwestern side, Asheville, North Carolina. We got Philly. We got Donovan, Alabama. What we got? Delaware. We got Delaware up in here. We got Dallas, Texas, Akron, Ohio, Florida, Wilmington, T-Town, Washington. Stand up. I'm from your mama. That's right. Hey, Vicksburg, Mississippi. We got Philly dancing. We got a repeat from Canada. Canada up in here heavy though. I ain't even know Canada did it like that. Hey, for those that's new here, man, Atlanta, I see you, baby. For those that's new here, man, when they get to talking that yin yang, yiggity yin yin yang in the comments, man, we just show a force of black empowerment, and they can't stand that. So what YouTube do is, like, they'll drop off, they'll go, right? And then it'll be some more busters. But that's the only reason I let the busters ride out in the comment section, y'all. Cause y'all wouldn't believe what kind of people out here if I didn't show you. Right? Now, if they get too disrespectful and all that, well, you know, my mods will take care of that. But just know that you are amongst family. Okay? So I'm gonna need everybody to hit that like button. We got over 1,000 people across all these channels. We lit up in here tonight. I appreciate y'all. We got 1,000 people across 3 YouTube channels. We on, hold on, I'm gonna tell y'all where we at. We on J Lava. We on Keep It P Podcast. We on Keep It P Podcast Raw. We on Facebook and we on Twitch. And we on TikTok. Hey, TikTok family. We can't see y'all in the conversation over there, man. Y'all got to come over here to the YouTube and get on up in here. Maryland up in here. We got VA up in here. Y'all need to come on and get up in here. You understand? This is how we do it here. Look, they left. They left after that black empowerment. Oh, it dropped about 200 people, boy. It dropped about 200. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. It just dropped. Damn, about 300 now. 300. Man, I ain't never seen a shed weight like that. I ain't never seen it. But I got it. Hello from New Jersey. What up? This how we get down. You amongst family. You know what I'm saying? Are you late? You good, man? You just missed the roll call, fam. You just missed the roll call, family. Hey, what's up? Is that Melzina? Is that Melzina out of Chicago? The homie? Billings, Montana in here. We ain't gonna forget about Billings. NYC, what you mean NYC? Boy, you better rep your borough. NYC's a big place. Houston up in this joint. Yeah, that's what I say. Welcome home, man. This home right here. This FBA land right here. this B1 land. Black first. You know what I'm saying? We got some cool allies and some cool people in the chat. Some come to learn. Got a lot of a-holes too, though. And y'all be getting them, and I love it. Shout out to the 713 SWAT. Yeah, we gonna get it to you. Oh, yeah. We gonna get it to you. Oh, we got Arkansas in here? Hey. Not the Bronx, though. Not the X, though. Oh, we all around New York now. Keep It P podcast heavy in New York. Hey, you know, I be looking at my... Hey, matter of fact, real quick. BS ain't about nothing. Hold on real quick. Just real quick on some real quick. Let me look at my analytics real quick and let me see what city really be popping. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Because, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can talk about it, but I'm going to see who really be about it. When I look at these young... okay, here we go. It's right here in my face, cuz. It right here in my face. I'm going to do it for y'all. So, number one is New York, though. Number one is New York. Follow that up by Houston, Texas. Number 3 is Chicago, Illinois. Then we got Los Angeles. Then we got Atlanta. Then we got Philly. Then we got Charlotte, North Carolina. Right? Then we got hold on, I missed wait. Atlanta, Philly, Detroit, Charlotte, North Carolina, then Dallas, then Vegas, then Baltimore, then Fort Worth, Texas. Then we got San Francisco, Orlando, Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, Columbus, Ohio, Memphis 10, Raleigh, North Carolina, Boston, Mass, Phoenix, Arizona, Miami, Florida, and Izzo, Mobile, Alabama, do they thing, Cleveland, Ohio, Washington, London, UK. London, UK done got up in there in the top dub. Dang, almost in the top dub. What? UK in here? All right. Austin, Texas. Nashville, Tennessee. Indianapolis, Indiana. Birmingham, Alabama. New Orleans, Louisiana. Seattle, Washington. Denver, Colorado. St. Louis, Missouri. Virginia Beach. Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I'm going to stop right there because them is all the ones in the thousands and up. We got some honorable mentions, though. We got Oklahoma City. We got Tampa, Florida. We got Sacramento. We got San Diego. We got Pittsburgh. Milwaukee. Kansas City. San Antonio. Toronto. Ashburn. Jackson, Mississippi. Louisville, Kentucky. Kansas City, Kansas. Kingston, Jamaica, and Newark, New Jersey, that all made the list that's in here. Hey, you got to keep in mind that Keep It P podcast is a global show. International P type. Hey, it's funny you say that, Forsaken. we all off topic and all off subject, and that's okay. We family, we do this. But the peas, I'm literally the authority on peas. What if you ever watched a video that got something to do with the peas? I probably made it. I probably made that joint. Look at here. Let me show you something real quick. Just on the show. Look at here, man. I got a shrine to all of them players. You know what I'm saying? I got if you ain't known, you ain't on the Keep It P podcast. You understand? What you think the P originally stand for, player? Oh yeah, I know a little. I know a little something about that. I was invited to the church. You understand? You know what I'm saying? I didn't share some moments. You know what I'm saying, with some of the greats. You know what I'm saying? This just on the humbug. Just me and my man. Shout out Lil Sody. Rest in peace, Lil Sody. It's one day me kicking it with Mr. Afro and church. You know what I'm saying? I think that was the day we was doing the Up and Smoke tour. I shoot a lot of videos for the church. But yeah. Just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I got a chance to capture some great moments in the game. You know what I'm saying? Shout out again to my man's Lil Sody. Lil Sody, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I happened to catch some great moments in the game, Kenny Red before he died, one of his birthday parties. I was blessed enough to film and be a part of the congregation. You know what I'm saying? To be a part of the church and the fellowship, it's a great thing. Yeah, I'm certified, homeboy. Certification. I'm talking about, certification. That's all, If I had to toot my horn, you know what I'm talking about? I don't mean to, Yeah. Afro. That's good dude, man. Good dude. I ain't got nothing good but to say about Afro. He brought me on a couple filming expeditions. You know what I'm saying? If y'all didn't know, look, that was Keep It P podcast at first. Look at that. You see what that thumbnail say right there, boy? I think that say Keep It Pimpin' podcast. I was inspired by the P's. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I can't do nothing but get this real game about these YT supremacists and how it go out here. I was cut out for this, P. I was cut out for this, P. Yeah. But back to the regularly scheduled, you know what I'm saying? On the regularly scheduled program side of the game, Nancy is straddling the fence, y'all. This is what you call a fence straddler. That's what she's doing. She's a look at that face she's making. She's a fence straddler.
It. And again, Joe Scott, we don't have evidence of any strangulation, be it manual or ligature, except that deep red discoloration. And I read in the autopsy report, it was about 12 by 8. How can that be? Explain to me what they're talking about.
Yeah, can we please put that drawing up that the doc rendered there? Something interesting about that mark, Nancy? This thing has got kind of, as he has drawn it out here, that red indication that he's done with a pen on this anatomical diagram, Nancy, that's got what is referred to as kind of specific margins, doesn't it? It almost appears as though there is a pattern there, and it extends. If folks at home will take their hand and put it on that kind of bony prominence in the back of your head, that's called your occiput. Okay, that's where the occipital bone is. So it looks like it's just beneath there. So right along that edge, this thing's got margins. It almost looks like it could potentially have a pattern, hard to say, but do you see how he has it drawn out there? It's almost like a rectangular shape. When you talk about decomposition, which he does extensively here, and he says he can't make a full assessment because of the status of the decomposition. Decomposition is what's called diffuse. That means it kind of spreads out randomly. What he has drawn there, at least from his estimation there, or his rendering that he's done there, puts margins on this thing. You got a top end, a bottom end, and you got sides.
Okay, all that said, what does it mean? Because to me, Dr. Kendall Crowns, who I respect deeply, by the way, suggested it was blood pooling. I'm not buying that because it's nowhere else. We don't see that anywhere else on the body. Hey, Caitlin Becker joining me, senior national correspondent, New York Post. She is a star of New York Postcast, like podcast, but Postcast. Caitlin, thanks for being with us tonight. Caitlin, I had it out with Dr. Kendall Crowns yesterday. He has superior knowledge, so I was at a disadvantage, but I'm still sticking to my guns. I don't see how the blood in his body can pool in one location on the whole back of his body, even if he's laying on his back. Hold. Brian Trasher, Vice President, United Cajun Navy. Brian, isn't it true that when Nolan was found, he was face down, repeat, face down on the beach, just at the water's edge? And that's, let's see the aerial video when I'm talking to Brian so everybody can see what he's talking about. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, ma'am. He was face down on the beach right at the water's edge. I'm not sure if he was spotted still floating and they brought him in, or if he washed up right there, but I can only describe where I saw him as we flew over the island.
Brian Trasher, based on the photo that I received from an undisclosed source, he was face down, almost as if he were asleep, with one leg slightly out to the side. Okay. Face down. Do you agree with that, Brian?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. Back to Caitlin Becker, senior national correspondent, New York Post, star of New York Postcast. Caitlin, what can you tell me about claims that his body was sent to the second autopsy, the independent autopsy, face down?
There seems to be a lot of questions about how Nolan's body was received, found, sent. If he was sent face down, that also doesn't make sense to me for the claim that it would be blood pooling in the back of his head, because if he's face down, wouldn't blood pool just by nature of gravity this way if he was found face down? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. But as I was listening to you and Joseph Scott Morgan talk, I mean, I don't know the terrain here, but if they're keeping the throat for a potential throttling, and you see this mark on the back of the head, if you're thinking in terms of someone's head pressed up against it, if there's something behind my head and you're pressing me this way, but by not knowing the manner or cause of death, we're kind of jumping to a conclusion there. So it just seems like every single layer, there is more questions than answers. And the mark on the back of the head, and not seeing in the autopsy report that there were really marks or signs of trauma anywhere else, was really particularly curious. I mean, why just there? What caused it? And we don't really have those answers about whether or not there was significant trauma to the flip of that, to the front, because as you said, throat wasn't sent for the second autopsy.
So back to you, Joe Scott Morgan.
And this is what I'm saying. If it's all on the up and up, why it's got to be the little boo-boo, the little, why? If it was all on the up and up, them folks know. They do this all the time. They notice in the throat. If it's all on the up and up, you should have let them see everything. Wasn't y'all done with y'all investigation? How long you need to hold the body parts? Wasn't you done and once you was done, you send them everything so they can do theirs? Doesn't make sense.
I'm going to bring in the rest of the panel in just one moment. Joe Scott, how could the deep reddened markings at the back of the head, the occipital, how could that come from the blood sinking down post-mortem? It just, first he was face down, so it's not, it would sink to the blood would go to his face. That was would be the lowest point. But after that, after he's dead for a period of days, I don't see how the blood could then continue to pool in a different direction. And we are getting reports that he was sent to the second autopsy face down. I find that hard to believe, but that's according to reports.
Yeah. And so understand this, with decomposition, okay, it's like I said, it's going to be diffuse. And this second autopsy, I don't know if people are aware of this, but you can read through the report itself, and it's very, it's very, very graphic in the sense that this doctor that did this case, that did the follow-up, he did such an extensive dissection here. I'm talking about stuff that we don't normally do at autopsy. He's done the back, he's done the buttocks, he's done the backs of the legs, the arms, the hands, even the back of the head. He took this even further than the people in Mississippi did. And this is something that we normally do, so folks understand, this is something we normally do with an in custody death, all right? With where it is this extensive, and he doesn't see anything from a hemorrhagic standpoint like direct trauma. The big question is this pattern on the back of his head, and I'm calling it a pattern because of the way he's demonstrated this with his diagram on the back of this thing. And he doesn't go into great detail about that in the autopsy report. So how did it get there?
What I want to know is all these witnesses are right there. Brian Trasher, don't, like planes, have a tail number? Can't you identify who these boats are by their markings, by their numbers, by their identification? They've got names written on the side. They've got tail numbers, so to speak. Have all of these people been brought in? I mean, tell me how to identify a boat and how to locate the driver and bring them in for questioning about what happened that day. Because listen, Brian, the friends say we left him with Katie.
Wilbert, I appreciate
Katie
that.
apparently has been found and says, no, he left with his friends. Okay, right there, I've got a problem. How did everybody leave Gilligan on the island waving, hey, I'm here, and they all left him? I find that hard to believe. I've got to find out what precipitated him going into the water and how that fits in with the marking on the back of his neck. Do you see where I'm going, Trasher?
Absolutely. And yes, to answer your first question, some of these boats, just by the names, people that name the boats, and if you can detect registration numbers, if it's registered in the state of Mississippi, that's easy to find. I'm told that over 60 people have been interviewed by law enforcement. I don't know who they are or how they were brought in, but there was a lot of interviews that have been conducted. I'm assuming there's going to be more. With regards to, what happened, that's always been the question. That's why his parents want to know. There's just absolute black hole from about 4:30 p.m. on July 4th until he washed up Monday morning, where nobody seems to know anything. Nobody seems to have seen anything. There's conflicting stories, as you pointed out, from his friends and people that saw him that day about who he was supposed to leave with. Did he want to stay back? All that. It's all hearsay. It's all secondhand. And so, there is a massive hole in the story. And that's why this has gotten national attention that it's gotten. As far as the markings on his head, I mean, I was told by some of the people who recovered the body that it was obvious he had come in contact with marine life while he was in the water. I'm not sure if that's possible explanation of those markings. I'm just telling you what I thought, so experts can weigh in on it.
Brian, hold on. Joe Scott, I'm going to try to get a quick answer from you on that because it's valid. What Trasher just said is valid because
the sharks and all of that just stay away from the crime scene and dead bodies all that time, boy, they would have nibbled his ass to death. He wouldn't even be no more. That's fresh dark meat too. They would have been all on cuz. Y'all need to do what Mike say now. Go ahead and like, share, and subscribe that junk now. Appreciate you there, Mike. Y'all heard what Mike said. And as we continue.
If his body had been attacked by marine life, fish, turtles, whatever, that would be all over the body.
Right.
What we're talking about is deep reddening of tissue, subcutaneous tissue on the back of the head, unlike the rest of the body. So that is not the same as the decomp on the rest of the body. Why is it so hard for everybody to get? We've got a problem with the back of the head. It's marked unlike any other part of his body. And you said something very significant, Joe Scott Morgan, that the original medical examiner kept the throat for a reason. Did she keep the hand, the fingers, the toes? No, because they weren't probative. They didn't prove anything. The neck proved something. What? What did the neck prove? That's where I'm going. Help me.
Yeah, well, either to include or exclude any kind of trauma that could have impeded his ability to breathe. There's another part to this, Nancy, that I forgot to mention relative to the neck. We have what are called strap muscles that kind of lay over the center part of the neck. What do we look for there? Well, that's also where we see hemorrhage relative to any kind of pressure that's applied there. You'll see those. The doctor doesn't mention anything about strap muscles because I think that those were probably retained as well. Now, back to the sea life. I'm from Louisiana. I can tell you what type of sea life would have affected his body. And if the body was right there on the shore, it would be crabs. And the reason I know that is because this is where they kind of feed, if you will. All right. So you don't hear any mention by the second medical examiner talking about any kind of degrading of the body as a result of contact with marine life that's feasting in a post-mortem state.
Right. You don't hear that at all.
Hi, guys. Need off the credit card debt. Go to.
And then we departed to go to separate boats with us.
Good luck.
We had roughly 20 to 30 people coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group. It wasn't just me and Nolan and a couple other of my buddies. There was 20 or 30 people spread out where we all met at the dock before, and then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just a couple of us. There were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time.
That is from our friends over at the Officer Tatum show, and that is Warren Hudson's an acquaintance of Nolan Wells. He was in the Horn Island group. Are you hearing what I'm hearing, Josh Colesrud? I don't know if this happened to you in law school, but it makes you think differently. Out of that whole thing, I heard this: 20 to 30 witnesses. 20 to 30 witnesses? Josh Colesrud, veteran trial lawyer, criminal defense attorney, former assistant U.S. attorney, founder Colesrud Law Offices, and star of podcast No Contest at colesrudlawoffices.com. 20, 30 witnesses. That's what I just heard.
Absolutely. This is going to be a huge investigation. It already is. One of the questions that I've seen online about the friends is that, why did they leave him? But let me ask you something hard, those that are saying that, look what we're talking about. We're not talking about hardened men. These are teenagers, they're kids, they're 18, 19 years old on the water on the 4th of July.
Oh, don't try to sit up here and explain for them. They're not hardened men. They're teenagers. They don't know. They don't have the wisdom. Man, that's some bullshit.
And what happens when a teenager experiences something traumatic? They freeze, they panic, they go numb. Sometimes they cry, sometimes they don't. But what they're not, they're not experts at dredging the waterways. And I know that the family wants answers from the friends, and I get that. And one of the
Hold on, you saying they not experts at dredging the water? Let your boy Wyatt tell it. He done came down there every year since he was 2 years old. He could get the Horn Island blindfolded. Let Warren tell it. He know all the rules and regulations for Horn Island. What? Oh, he must ain't seen that Warren interview. Because let Warren tell it. Warren knew every in and out phone etiquette, everything about the island, how far, when it drop off, when you can't see your phone in the water. He knew everything. Now all of a sudden he know better than not to leave. It was 4th of July. It was 4th of July. No, but what up? That's what he said. Monica. That's what he said. He know how you better have boat mastered. Yeah. Straight up. I'm talking about, and he had all the fatherly advice, was trying to make Nolan get on the boat, but he was over there cradled up with Katie. Come on now. He used the old man stoic word like cradled. I mean, you got to be a certain kind of guy to be like, he was over there cradling Katie. Stop it. This guy is insane.
School, but it makes you think differently. Out of that whole thing, I heard this: 20 to 30 witnesses. 20 to 30 witnesses? Josh Colesrud, veteran trial lawyer, criminal defense attorney, former assistant U.S. attorney, founder Colesrud Law Offices, and star of podcast No Contest at Colesrud.
Real quick, y'all know what up? Y'all know something, though? I just had a thought, though. Have y'all noticed that some of the trolls that have been following us, I'm talking about this certain subject. Do you think these little trolls is implanted to disrupt the discourse of what we're going? Because, I've been taking account of, like, some of the people I've been seeing, like Randy, Big Tex. It's a couple of y'all busters in there I keep seeing. And I'm like, I'm seeing a few new ones sprinkle here and there. But y'all them folks, ain't you? Y'all is them people. I'm convinced now. Every day in here, like clockwork, like they was like assigned to this podcast. Like, yep. They be sitting around waiting for me to go on. Now, y'all subscribers, y'all my people. This is what we do. They be like, oh my God, is that guy on? If so, boy, we better go get in that chat and say a whole bunch of BS that nobody cares about. And I'm talking about, man, I be looking how many comments and engagement on certain channels. Y'all out cold over there on the J Lava channel. I know that for sure. J Lava's out cold. You know who else is out cold? Keep it P Raw. Keep it P Raw. Y'all's out cold over there. Keep It P podcast been coming up though, because I see it's over 100 something over y'all over there too. Yeah, to get us all focused. Yeah. But it never works though. It never works. This has to be an exhausting mission that y'all be on. Y'all come over here, get clowned, get drowned out. We dance on your head. We ignore you. I do. I be ignoring the crap out you. I don't see nothing you say. And if I do see it, I ain't seen it. I see something when I want to see it. You understand? But it's they repetitive with it too. Same old thing. He drowned. He's a grown man. They left him back. Nobody checks on a grown man. They be saying some so you had to make a new one, Big Tex, to come back? They was like, get back in there. I don't care if he blocks you. You better get back in there. That's not what we pay you for. Hey, Big Tex, hey, man, if that's how you get your money, fam, you better start telling them to give you some super chat or some Jules budget. I need to block you a couple more times, huh? So you can start dropping down. Y'all got to get a budget, man. That's why y'all ain't getting the stuff said that y'all won't say it, because y'all ain't doing no super chats. That you got to tell them, if we really want to disrupt it, we got to start super chatting the guy, okay? He's not really trying to hear anything that we're talking about, so we got to super chat the guy. 10 here, 20 there, But these B1 guys are impenetrable. I mean, these black first guys. These black first guys. Yeah, that's what they say. It's kind of like some little thing they say between themselves. They're black first. I sound like them folks. Listen, man. It's the black first guys, man. This Jay Lava character guy, he calls himself like he thinks he's witty. Like he think he's quick on the draw. Like he's just an idiot. A buffoon. This guy's I can't stand this guy. But sometimes, man, bro, he actually makes a point. Are you really serious, Johnson? No, I hate the guy. I hate the blacks. I hate the guy. No, I didn't mean that. Are you serious, Johnson? No, I didn't mean that. I mean, he's a racist lunatic, and he's always talking about white people. Yeah, man. Like he says if you listen to his podcast, bro, I dare not even say it, bro. He calls him, he says snow roach, bro. I know, right? Come on. I'm not snow and I'm not a roach. Roaches are brown like the blacks. This is the conversation. This is how it go down, y'all. we gotta get some super chats to get at this guy, man. He's like Fort Knox, man. And then he has like bros and sisses in the comment section, and they're relentless. Like, you can't even get a word in. It's this cracker and that white boy and that. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like they got me on some little checklist, right? Like they got like think about, okay, so I'm doing this. This is media. I'm bringing the information to y'all. The dweeb's job is to wake up and jump on black podcasts and take notes. Better believe they're taking notes. This week, look, this was the note this week. You guys won't believe what I seen on the Keep It P podcast, bro. These freaking monkeys, like they played like some old Luther Vandross type of deal, like, and they were like all jumping around and like saying what cage they were from, like I was like these monkeys. This week they was tripping in the meeting, y'all. The morning briefing. The morning briefing had them tripping, y'all. Like you guys, like, go watch that episode, bro. They're really chimping out. It starts at like 1 hour and like 36 minutes. But I assure you, bro, you want to see chimping out on a grand scale, bro? Huh? Go check this one out. It's a doozy. I've never seen anything like it. He was hitting this dance, you know? He was doing this dance. And he was doing this dance, you know? He put the screen up really big and he was doing this dance. Looking like a straight monkey, bro. This guy. This J Lava guy. I don't know who he thinks he is. Who is he, like Malcolm Jamal Warner or something? Get a load of this guy. I mean, he puts this music on, and then they do their little monkey dance. You said 2 a.m. You up laugh. Man, listen, man. Sometimes you gotta laugh to keep from crying, bro. When you think about the matrix that we in, sir. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, I be looking at patterns and I'm like, man, I'm talking to my people. We getting it in. We building, you know what I'm saying? We sharing ideas. I'm letting y'all, you know what I'm saying? The internet is reaching out to all the people. And I scour the internet. I go get all the good videos. You leave the fluff so you ain't got to scroll. And I bring it right to you. This is what the people saying. This is what's up. Not only us, other people are saying this too. You know, I don't care about a brother's orientation or nothing. If you saying what you saying it, right? Y'all over here getting knowledge. We sharing knowledge together. They over here trying to get intel. Better believe they trying to get intel, y'all. I just want you to know. Operation Go See What Them Ninjas Doing. You said, like you said, obsessed with us and jealous at the same time. Oh, yeah, it's a healthy dose of both. Maybe it's the stuff that you're saying that gets you the pushback. I try being civil, but you're a dumbass. It is so dumb to understand that. But will Rex, since you came back, you I don't know where that came from, but that's you. That's that dweeb. Ah, my gosh. It's all good, Joe. Look, it's the yin and the yang of this, y'all. For the new people, smash the like, subscribe, make sure you got the bell on for notifications when I get ready to go live. Next week, I'm going live on landscape only. I hope YouTube don't do me funny. I know, see, when I go landscape, I know the busters ain't gonna show up because they ain't, they just be scrolling at night while diddling themselves and want to, talk some crap. You guys want to talk some crap? Huh, bro? You want to talk some crap? See, that's them. They don't be having nothing else better to do. Hey, man, let's go mess with the black guys, man, and talk some crap. I can do that voice so well because I'm from Minnesota, man. B1 family all day long. For sure. Tex, you almost getting annoying. I'm almost about 3 seconds from calling the dogs on you. Cause you just like you know how like the little nets is you're annoying. You type too much. Slow down the pace. Do they give you a bonus for how many goofies you type? See, look, I was engaged. Do they pay you for how much they do they pay you for how much you type? Do you get paid by the engagement? Like you got do you got like a quota? Like you got to do like you're not really engaged unless you do like if they so okay. Oh, y'all, I figured it out, y'all. Wait a minute, let's get deep. Let's get deep real quick. Cause y'all know my mind work. My mind be working. Listen, y'all. Go there with me. Listen. No, it's deeper than that. Somebody said words per minute. Hold on. Do y'all know where I'm going with this? Cause I just figured something out now. Words, you kind of there with the words per minute, but dig this. It's even bigger than that. They're monitoring us, y'all. And the only way they know that they up in here is if they see them going across the chat every once in a while. And, they don't want they higher ups not to see them engaging, giving those ninjas hell. Right? You see? Oh, now let's get back to the programming. Now y'all now you so worried about what I'm with the program now. See, y'all playing yourselves. See, they didn't taught you. They didn't taught y'all wrong. Y'all, they didn't taught you wrong. See, you're giving yourself up. Why you getting defensive if I'm wrong? Y'all, they watching us, y'all. They watching anybody that's making over a certain amount of views in black media. You better believe they're watching. They're watching how we communicate. They watching what y'all say. They watching what I say, what videos I play, what make us react, what makes the chat go up a little bit. And the only way that they see that they even in here is they got to come across that chat every certain round. And notice that they stick to a script. Like they don't go too far out of the realm of the things that they're saying. And that's why we think they're bots. We think they bots because they have a certain amount of, and notice why they only talking about this case. They might, you notice they sprinkle a little Carmelo Anthony in there, right? They talk about this case. They sprinkle a little Carmelo Anthony in there, right? And then, you know, all of the other stuff that they say to us is shaming tactics, right? To get us to stop talking about it. Like, you guys are victims. You're ridiculous. This is always Well, shit, give yourselves a round of applause. Y'all bad, man. Y'all some bad mamma jammas. Because first of all, it takes two to tango. And if y'all wasn't saying what y'all was saying in the chat and actually here watching and sprinkling jewels and all of that, they wouldn't be over here. If I was some little Rudy poop, that's what I was looking for the other day, y'all. Them some Rudy poops. If I was a little Rudy poop, little podcaster, a little poop butt, little poop butt podcaster. Cause I bet you this much on some realness, y'all. On some realness. Check this out. Think if we was talking about celebrity gossip and all of that, like some real buffoonery, like, you know, young Miami, and we was on some fugazi, right? On some foo, right? On some foo. Think about the alternative of these dudes. Think about what role they would play then. Then they'll be all in the comments trying to agree with us on hip hop or argue about hip hop facts. You know what I'm saying? No, Eminem's the greatest. No, or I know more about hip hop than you. Hip hop was made with us 50-50. These would be the same people in the comment section if we was talking about nonsense. They'd either be agreeing with us heavily, more likely agreeing to infiltrate, but then some of them, like Big Tex would probably be the one that'd be opposing. He'd probably be like, Eminem's the greatest rapper alive. That's what Big Tex would be doing. Money Mike. You called him a jabroni? I'm just saying, y'all. I'm a little scatterbrained, but when I notice something, I notice it, and I just gotta kind of say it, and it just all came to me. This is just how my brain works. Okay, it all came to me in a vision, real quick, because I know y'all just as baffled and astounded, a little bit impressed at the tenacity of the people in the chat, especially my members and people that's been rolling with me, especially y'all. I know y'all's like, man, well, you know, they be in the back of the mind because you know it's all BS. But I know you kind of be like, damn, like why is they really what, you know what I'm saying? And then it don't be bots because, well, I don't know. We can't even say they don't be bots. They could be, they could be AI too. Because I have heard about, you know, people getting bots sent on them, right? You know what I mean? You know about that? Y'all heard about that? Man, there's these little Indian dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can send them to somebody's channel, and then they'll pop up every time this is mentioned or that is mentioned in the comments or whatever. It's some strange things out there right now. Now you talking about Jeezy the Snowman? You can't even make that up. Look at him. You seem real oppy. Big Tex, you seem real opawarious. Real Optimus Prime. Anyway, I thought I might share that with y'all because that, you know, it's been bothering me. Let me know if I'm tripping, but I think the truth is stranger than fiction, and it all makes sense.
Lawoffices.com. 20-30 witnesses. That's what I just heard.
Absolutely. You know, this is going to be a huge investigation. It already is. You know, one of the questions that I've seen online about the friends is that, you know, why did they leave him? But let me ask you something hard, you know, those that are saying that, you know, look what we're talking about. You know, we're not talking about hardened men. These are teenagers, they're kids, they're 18, 19 years old on the water on the 4th of July. And, you know, what happens when a teenager experiences something traumatic? You know, they freeze, they panic, they go numb. Sometimes they cry, sometimes they don't. But, you know, what they're not experts at, like, dredging the waterways. And, you know, I know that the family wants answers from the friends, you know, and I get that. And, you know, one of the family members said, you know, are they getting their lies straight when they went back to the mainland and called for a cab? But, you know, we don't know what happened yet. And one of the things that I'm really looking forward to seeing is the data from the cell phones, right? Because that'll tell us exactly where everybody was at what point in time, and including hopefully the victim. Now, you know, that's another question. You know, how did they obtain the victim's phone? Well, it was in one of the hands of his friends. So how did that come there? So, you know, there are a lot of answers, a lot of questions here, Nancy, that we need answers to. And right now, we don't know if it was an accident. We don't know if it was a death. We just don't know.
Caitlin Becker, who called who that night? Did mom call the friends? Did the friends call the mom? How did mom end up looking for Nolan?
It seems like mom was on the case pretty immediately when Nolan didn't. She had him on Life 360. So I think that became the biggest kind of issue of where's my son? Where's his phone? And the only thing she could go off of is where's his phone, which she could locate through kind of Life 360 where it was pinged. So it seemed like she was on the hunt for the phone there. And from all of the accounts that we've been reporting on, the phones were left on the boat because they didn't take them to the shore. However, you can see all of those people were back and forth on the boat. So clearly they were using them, but the phone was on the boat that went back without Nolan first. So it seems that the friends took the phone with them to their house, and then what happened with it between then and when his mom got it seemed to be the question of where it was and who was touching it, who was using it, what was done on it. But it seems like the location on the Life 360 is how mom tracked down the phone.
And if he called his mom to talk about he was missing, why didn't he say at that time, hey, I got Nolan's phone. Maybe you guys can come get it, or I can bring it to you and we can, I got his phone. He was with Katie. Why didn't he tell his mom? Why didn't he tell his mom he was with Katie? Last I saw him, he was with Katie on the island. One of my friends has Katie's number. Here, why didn't y'all text? Man, don't let me get to go on that rant.
When she realized that her son wasn't where he needed to be.
So that night, Nolan doesn't come home. Mom, Christine, starts looking for him. She is a family nurse practitioner. She starts looking for him. She looks on Life 360 and follows it. Mm-hmm. You can get that on Life 360. Show me the route to the phone. And she did that to the friend's house that had all been out to Horn Island. And she's like, and she goes, where's Nolan? His phone's here, but he's not here. And they go, yeah, it's out there in the truck. So they wait 15 minutes to go get the phone and come back with it. Everybody's just sitting there in the dark watching TV. Nobody said, hey, where's Nolan? Nobody said that until she came over looking for the phone?
Which could kind of point to, if I'm hearing it, it could kind of point to two things. I know there's a huge faction online saying, what are they doing? What are they covering up? What are they hiding? But then on the flip of that, just to play devil's advocate, if you don't think there's anything wrong with your friend, if you assumed your pal was in another boat with another group of friends, why would you even think to be concerned about that until his mom comes knocking at the door and says, where's my son? So, I mean, like the teen behavior, it reminds me so much of...
Wait. She was, what? Oh, wait a minute. They was talking too damn fast. Wait a minute.
With them to their house, and then what happened with it between then and when his mom got it seemed to be the question of where it was and who was touching it, who was using it, what was done on it. But it seems like the location on the Life 360 is how mom tracked down the phone when she realized that her son wasn't where he needed to be.
So that night, Nolan doesn't come home. Mom, Christine, starts looking for him. She is a family nurse practitioner.
Right.
She starts looking for him. She looks on Life 360 and follows it. Mm-hmm. You can get that on Life 360. Show me the route to the phone. And she did that to the friend's house that had all been out to Horn Island. And she's like, and she goes, where's Nolan? His phone's here, but he's not here. And they go, yeah, it's out there in the truck. So they wait 15 minutes to go get the phone and come back with it. Everybody's just sitting there in the dark watching TV. Nobody said, hey, where's Nolan? Nobody said that until she came over looking for the phone?
Which could kind of point to, if I'm hearing it, it could kind of point to two things. I know there's a huge faction online saying, what are they doing? What are they covering up? What are they hiding? But then on the flip of that...
Why is that? Do you notice how the real common sense side, they try to skip over that real quick and go all to this hypothetical bullshit. You know what? And They say that the phone is but you know what? Let's totally talk about something that doesn't really make sense. Because that sounds logical, but let's talk about something that doesn't make sense. The hell?
Just to play devil's advocate, if you don't think there's anything wrong with your friend, if you assumed your pal was in another boat with another group of friends, why would you even think to be concerned about that until his mom comes knocking at the door and says, "Where's my son?" So
if that's the case, then why call the Coast Guard? Why call the Coast Guard? Why call his mom? If the last time you seen him, allegedly, is right before the boat was going down, and he was over there cradled with Katie. I'm trying to get from cradle with Katie. I told you to come on. We told him to come on to call his mom. Well, I'm gonna call the Coast Guard then. But y'all know Katie. Why didn't y'all text Katie? Because they set that boy up to leave him there forever or whatever. Because we still got this pool party thing too. That's not off the table. The pool party is not off the table. But we talking about even before we get there. We trying to establish where if Nolan came on or off the island. And okay, if we are to believe what y'all said, then y'all purposely left him on the island and you purposely took his only form of communication so that he would be stranded and helpless on said island. That's what you did. That's it. Now, if we gonna go with what they say, let's believe them. All 30 people somehow, all 30 people on 3 boats somehow left Nolan. They left first, right? We left first. We don't know what happened after that. That's my homeboy since the 8th grade. I seen his dad one time. I ain't never been to his house. He always came around me and my friend group. I treated him just the same as all of my other buddies in my friend group. When we got on the boat, he was always welcome to come. That was my his personality could light up the day. There's people who start junk, but Nolan was never one of those people who start junk. We kick it every time we come home from college. I walked up and down the beach where you were supposed to die at and didn't even blink because my pupils were so gone off an alleged substance. I'm just saying. This is an account of all the things that he has been saying. But this is your homeboy. You said that it was phones stacked up on the boat. Everybody need a boat phone on the boat. That's just customary when you go to Horn Island. Don't nobody want to get off the boat without nobody's taking pictures with boat. Well, women are taking pictures with the boat. But if they do, they just jump off for 1 second and take the picture and jump right back on the boat. That's how they do it on Horn Island. This is what he said. Trust me, I'm an expert. Been coming to Horn Island my whole life. I know all the ins and outs of Horn Island. That's what he told us. So even before we get to the pool party and all of that, all right, bro, if that's the case, then you purposely took his phone. You want to know why you purposely took his phone? Because you didn't know how to face his parents to get back to him. You, being his homeboy since 8th grade, had to call the black kid that actually knows him and actually has the number to get the number to call your boy Nolan that you grew up with since knee high to a tree high, and everybody loved Nolan. Sheesh. I mean, we didn't even got to the pool party yet. So now is those little tapes and all of that we seen with the person in the grass. I mean, that's not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched that something could have indeed happened to 18-year-old Nolan Wells that night on that island. All the people seen it, and they're not going to say anything. Because don't y'all think it's mighty funny and mighty strange and mighty funny and mighty strange that it was thousands of people out there, the boats was lined up like whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, and ain't no pictures, ain't no videos on the internet. You know, the internet sleuths would have been combing through every piece of photo, everything. So the people who wasn't Nolan's friends, the people who on other boats, so nobody decided to upload nothing. Everybody shut their accounts down now. All the thousands of people on Horn Island got rid of their social media, or all decided at once not to upload that day. Come on, y'all. Y'all don't find that suspicious? Y'all don't find that suspicious that we don't at least have 50 to, somebody ain't made a 50 to 100 video short with all the little clips, slowing it down, reversing it, speeding it up, enhance, chat GPT, everything. I'm just putting my thinking cap. Come on now. I'm putting my thinking cap on. I just think it's mighty damn strange that listening to Nolan, or listening to Warren, and hold on, let me make sure you know how I do. I just want to make sure we have the person in question up here so I can say it to their face, right? So you meaning to tell me Nolan sat out there with Officer Race Batum Tatum and told y'all that everybody comes up here for this is a regular thing. The boats was lined up everywhere as far as the eye can see, all over the island. They even put a diagram in there to show you how packed it was. Because you can't have it both ways. Y'all went out to the island to kick it on the island. Everybody didn't stay on the boat, and if they didn't stay on the boat, then they didn't leave their phone on the boat. And nobody said you got to be standing in waist deep water trying to text and all of that, like he was saying. Why couldn't they been sitting on the sandy beach? It was sand out there. So you saying it wasn't no blankets, no people with blankets and they little sunshade? You know it was some sunshades out there now. You know it was some sunshades. We definitely know that. No, I'm treating him like Satan because you see what it say above him? Fake friend. Fake friend. That's what that says. We ain't even got to the murk part. I'm realistically thinking like his job was just to do what he did. That was his cog in the wheel to deliver him and get rid of the communication. Think about it. Think about why he's so carefree and cavalier doing podcasts and all. He like, I ain't kill him. I just left him. And he's standing on that. Cause you know it would be kind of idiotic to be prancing around here on podcasts and all of that, but not if you feel like nah, I ain't getting. And they like, oh, it'll be hard pressed for y'all to for y'all to prove I delivered him to the lynching. Notice Nancy Grace keeps saying, I don't think it was a lynching. I don't think it was a lynching. I don't think it was a lynching. You don't find that suspicious? Ain't all I've been talking about is them folks' lust for that type of activity and that it ain't went nowhere and that just because it ain't acceptable in society no more, that it ain't done nothing but got sophisticated? Didn't I say that? But you got Nancy Grace insisted it wasn't no lynching. She said lynching specifically. Who you think she talking to? Who the only people been saying that? Come on now. Uh-oh. Y'all see them start getting real uptight when we start exposing their rituals. This is nonsense, man. Look, even the ones that was watching in the background, they had to speak up on that. Even the monitors had to speak up on that. Here they go. I believe he drowned. You sound like an idiot. Come on now. Uh-huh. Look, even the ones in the background. Who was that? Quantum of Solace? Yep, I ain't seen you really say nothing. You had to come up out the shadows on that one, huh? Who was that? FL Boogie? Yeah, you had to come out the shadows on that one, huh? Michelle had to speak up on that one. Come on, man. You're just getting clicks and views, bro. How dare you talk about our rituals like that? Ooh, they gon' boy, wait till tomorrow's meeting. Wait till tomorrow's meeting when they go back and tell Liz. Show respect, man. We're not that kind of people. They do gotta shed blood of a black person. Dude, you can't even speak English. Y'all just running. I understand you gotta make. Look, Oh, look, hey y'all. Hey, notice when I say a certain something, it must be the escalate word. Then they all got to jump in and they all got to be seen saying something for the higher ups. When I say something or I strike a nerve or something, notice now. Notice these patterns, y'all. We gonna get it down to. I'm gonna get it down to a science. So y'all better put some new people on me. What y'all done rotated Big Tex out? Y'all tagged him out? Y'all tagged Big Tex out, huh? He was too obvious. Y'all better start paying attention. I am. Trust me, I am, y'all. I got y'all. I'm paying attention. But let's hit this. Let's hear this little sapsucker's little explanation. Oh, hold on.
Two things. I know there's a huge faction online saying, what are they doing? What are they covering up? What are they hiding? But then on the flip of that, just to play devil's advocate, if you don't think there's anything wrong with your friend, if you assumed your pal was in another boat with another group of friends, why would you even think to be concerned about that until his mom comes knocking at the door and says, where's my son? So, I mean, like the teen behavior, it reminds me so much of the teen or the young people in the Idaho murder case, just looking at them to be like, wow, why are they not reacting the way you would think someone would react in a situation like this? And while the circumstances are so wildly different, I think we have to remember that we're talking about, teenagers here, and teenagers who were leaving in a large group, who admittedly were drinking, who were partying in 3 separate boats.
Get the F out of here, lady. She sounds just like all of a sudden they teenagers now. That's captain in boats. It's a large responsibility for some teenagers. Come on, bro. Come on.
So I think it might have been easy to lose track of one another. That doesn't explain.
You can't lose track of the only black dude in the group. The star football player, tall, with the big hair and boulder shoulders, with flying trapeze. You, girl, stop playing. Hell yeah, they grown. Talking about kids. But now they finna sit up here and tell you that you lose track of the black kid? Impossible. Right. Straight up. Everybody had their eye on Nolan. And when I mean everybody, I mean everybody for whatever reason. If it wasn't the chicks scoping them out, the dudes scoping them out to see if they chicks scoping them out, the dad scoping out the daughter to see if the daughter scoping him out, the dad scoping him out, trying to size him up. Everybody had their eyes on Nolan. Stop playing. Are you serious? He was smashing all the broads, and they were pissed. Stock going up with the scholarship? Yeah, buddy. White girls was choosing. You know who was choosing. Come on now. Let's tell it like it go now. You know who was choosing. You know who was choosing now. That boy was NBA in the game. He was next up. You think they don't follow the stats and the roster and the points and the what? Come on, they was on the boy. And then you think the sports dudes that couldn't compete with him didn't know who he was? The athletically superior, the swagalicious, handsome gentleman. You think they didn't know who Nolan was? Ain't football real important in Mississippi? Come on now. Ain't football real important in Mississippi? I'm saying everybody on the island knew who he was. He had a great season, remember? Everybody knew who he was, remember? These are extremely important ideas, yes. I'm going to give it to you straight now. Everybody knew who he was. I say that there was not a soul around that did not know bad Nolan Brown. Stop playing with me. Yeah, bingo. Bingo, Twan. Everybody knew, and everybody knew the plan too. Why? Because they haven't stopped them lynchings. They haven't stopped that thirst. They still got that bloodthirst. They still want some Negro knuckles in a mason jar. I wouldn't be surprised if they was cutting off pieces of hair and everything for souvenirs. Didn't want to mess with the body, but they got some of that hair though. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. I guarantee it. I guarantee they got some of that hair. I'm willing to bet you. Somebody got a souvenir. Somebody got a trophy. I'm willing to bet you. What are they going to pass down to the next generation? Huh? Believe it. See, they don't want you to think in the realm of possibilities. of what's really going on out here. They did not stop doing them lynchings, bro. Oh, they just got a little bit more high tech. And they love a long joke, a long, cruel joke with the payoff at the end. Go ahead and befriend him. Make him think he's cool. Make him think he's one of us. And we're going to wait till the ultimate time. We're going to sacrifice some blood for the 250th anniversary of America. These Negroes is taking over. They're taking our women. We're sick of it. We're just sick of it, man. This has got to stop, man. We gotta, it's gotta come to a stop at some point, man. Don't let me remind y'all what Unc had to say yesterday. Do I gotta go back to Unc for y'all? These were some wise words from Unc now.
Good evening, people. You know, I think back to my time in Mississippi as a young man. And I can say for a fact, the one thing that enraged the white people was when a black man in Mississippi started sleeping with a white woman. That
dun dun dun. What? Oh, now, oh, shuck it, duck it now. Y'all better listen to the OG now. You better listen to the OG now. Cause it can't a sprinkle a little game on you now.
White woman. That enrages them.
Oh no.
That turns them into bulls.
Oh.
That turns them into murderous monsters.
Oh no.
And all those white boys seeing that black man dating white women, and they didn't say it to his face, but you can believe they talked about it behind his back. Damn.
To Officer Tatum. That's what they did. The ultimate. Is y'all even really, we ain't even really adding that up. We didn't even add that up. He stuck it in your throat box and went and talked to Officer Tatum, of all people you can talk to. Hell, I would have been. He could have went on Fox News. Fox News would have been better than Officer Race Batum Tatum. That was a jump up and smack you in the face. That wasn't like a regular smack. That's like you jumped up and twisted your body and smacked somebody like that. Race Batum Tatum, though? Y'all better take heed to what I'm trying to tell you now.
And they didn't say it to his face.
Nope.
But you can believe they talked about it behind his back.
Yep.
Damn N-word, sleeping with our women,
Yep.
thinking he better than us.
Yep.
We gonna get him one of these days.
Yep.
And they got him. That's the mentality of Mississippi. And for all you people that say I don't know what I'm talking about, I was born in a damn evil place. During the Jim Crow time of all times. I seen Jim Crow up close and personal. So don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, Nazis. I'm out of here.
Nah, OG, you know what you're talking about now. I ain't gonna call you no fool. I ain't gonna call you no fool now, OG. That's deep now. That's certainly deep. Is what I'm trying to tell you. You know who else finna get deep and cook? Ahmadiyah Shakur. She that say the lies keep coming and the stories keep changing. In the Nolan Wells case, hit it. Oh, my fault, my fault. I wasn't paying attention, later. My bad. Thank you, crew. Thank you, crew. Thank you, crew. Thank you, crew. Yo. My bad. My bad. Hold on. Let me do a little refresh real quick. My bad. Cause I'm sure just listening. I'm taking in all the good tea. My bad, y'all. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna get the setup back. Hold on, boy. Hold on. Let me do the doo wop. Let me do the doo wop on the doo wop real quick, boy. Hold on now. Put some hold on your horses, boy. Uh-oh. My little program getting stuck now. Hold on. Let me do a little refresh. Hold on now. Yep, just hold on real quick. Do a little refresher. A little refresher course. Uh-oh. Hold on real quick. It's still stuck. Wow. That was crazy, y'all. Thanks for sticking and staying. I ain't never had that kind of glitch before. But that don't stop nothing. That's the type of stuff that happen when you live. You see what I'm saying? Now let me pull this video back up. Uh-oh. I don't know if y'all baked the servers or something. Y'all over here putting in that mad work, B? Because some just happened. I was probably cooking too hard, and YouTube had to go ahead and slow me down a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Hold on, y'all. We having the tech. You know, we having the technical diffs. Hold on real quick. I can hear myself. I can hear I can hear myself. I can at least hear myself on the other channel, so we still in there. So we're still in there. We're still in there, boy. See this little Mac. See, come on, man. I just got this Mac, boy. I'm over here setting this little Mac on fire right now. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all got Restream bugging right now. Steven Pettis, what's up? I didn't even see you over there. I'm looking on the Facebook. I see you, family. I see you. Oh, this is garbage. I can still. Oh, this is trash. Trash Ola. I'm trying to do a restart, but it's kind of like on the stuck and stay. I know this probably like the streaming platform or something because it's still going through to y'all. Okay, there we go. Boom, boom. I'm back. There we go. All right. Sometimes you just got to ride it out. When you go live, that's just the kind of stuff that happens. Yeah. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, y'all can hear me. All right. Now let's make sure we can hear her.
The boats. Well, the thing is, why did they need permission? They couldn't get a warrant. And also for them to search the boat and say that they could take any documents or evidence that they thought they needed. But why didn't they bring the crime scene investigators out there and have them put down luminol and do a thorough investigation of the boat? Okay, I find that very suspicious. Okay, please pay attention.
also, why is the guy from the Cajun Navy by the name of Brian Trasher, why is he lying and saying that Benjamin Crump refused to allow the canine dogs on the boat? Saying that he spoke with the family and Benjamin Crump, and Crump told him no, they didn't want they didn't want the canine dogs on the boat. Okay, because first of all, Ben Crump does not have any permission to give for someone else's boat.
Right.
So they would have had to speak to the owner. So how did Benjamin Crump himself refuse to allow the canine dogs on the boat? Now, it seems to me like he's painted a narrative, like he's basically trying to accuse Ben Crump of being a liar, because he also said that Ben Crump misrepresented their words, basically saying that they never said that Nolan's body was fully clothed. But one of them did say that. It was on Nancy Grace's show. One of them absolutely said and agreed when Nancy Grace said that the body was fully clothed. They didn't correct her. Okay, so why is he trying to make it seem as though Ben Crump is lying or trying to misrepresent the facts? Okay, please pay attention. And then Warren is clearly lying, because Warren said, and even his stepmother, Judge Ashley Cole, said in her statement that they left the island, or the last time they saw Nolan was 3 p.m. and then they were leaving the island at 4:31 p.m. because the boat was taking on water. But then during the interview with Tatum, Warren says that they were about to leave and the boat was taking on water and they were yelling. His friend was yelling for Nolan to get on the boat, and Nolan refused to get on the boat and said he was going to stay there with Katie. Now, if that's true, how did he see Nolan the last time at 3 p.m., but then at 4:31 when they were leaving, he says that he heard his friend yelling at Nolan? Okay, so that doesn't make any sense. I also found it interesting that now all of a sudden Warren says that his brother got into an altercation, got into a fight, and that he was basically concerned about that and went to go check on his brother. Now all of a sudden all these people are having fights. First it was Tristan, and now Warren is saying that his brother had a fight. Now I'm not saying that couldn't happen, but it seems like they're trying to possibly explain away the altercations that we heard.
Yep.
Okay, please pay attention.
Yep.
And the fact that they have not released the first autopsy is very suspicious, and I don't think they're going to release it. They want to send it to the grand jury. Now they say they'll release it after the fact, but who knows? The bottom line is, why can't they just release it so everyone can find out the truth of what's really going on? It just seems like there's a whole cover up, and like so many people are involved in it. And at this point, I'm inclined to think that Brian Trasher from the Cajun Navy is also involved. Okay, please pay attention.
I think so too as well. Because did nobody tell you to get up on that show and say one thing and then Jen come back and say another? Ain't this all just so funny though? How all the officials, all these people are speaking up and like you talk about on code. Mississippi is on code. Mississippi got an impenetrable code. They ain't playing with your ass down there. And it's like they're so bold and so smug with it. Like, yeah, we know you're we know that, but we don't care. Like, we still not finna give y'all justice or not. We're not doing it. We're going to be slow. We're going to be disrespectful. We're going to take our time. We're going to act like we're doing something, but we're not. We don't care down here in Mississippi. That's just not how we get. It's so blatant, y'all. It's super in your face. Oh, don't even talk about that, Mr. Black. They don't want to talk about them steps to in Germany. What step we on? Ooh, that's a good point. She said they probably gonna send another person's deceased stuff and not Nolan's missing parts, but somebody else's. Yeah, because then I don't know. You can't put nothing past them. That's what I'm saying. You can't put nothing past them. We is getting close, though. You right about that, Mr. Black. Where you tapping in from, family? Bobby Fisher. Alex Kinney. Where y'all tapping in from, brothers? Yeah, she just cooked roast and baked on that one. For real, for real. But hold on, though. Your boy had a few choice words. He said, "What's your thoughts about Nolan Wells?" None of it makes sense. And then he had a few choice words for Officer Race Batum Tatum.
Disregard the fact that Nolan's quote-unquote best friend did an interview with Officer Tap Dance. And if you know anything about Officer Tatum, you already know that his content is geared towards racist white people. But let's just push that to the side. He's telling a story about how pretty much the boat is sinking and how they had to get off of Horn Island and how they raced back to the mainland while the boat is sinking. But it really doesn't explain why, if the boat was sinking, why would you move the boat multiple times? Hell, why would you even try to race back to the mainland with your boat sinking? Makes no sense. But also, they're explaining the interaction that they had with Nolan, that they're screaming at him to get on the boat. Pretty much just laying the groundwork to say that we had nothing to do with this and we know nothing that happened to him after we left the island. Now, I'm not going to lie, the interview makes them look even worse. And on top of that, you picked the worst of the worst of the worst person to do the interview for you. Because if this was really your best friend and you really cared about the safety of this friend and you really cared about who he was as a person, you would not choose Officer Tap Dance at all. Because his whole personality is geared towards racism. Because a real friend wouldn't sit down with somebody who disrespected the mother of your quote-unquote best friend.
Oh, yell for Nolan. Nolan, get on the boat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Everybody, they're not really fooling anybody with that story. Like that story is just, it's not gonna do it for you, bud. It's just you gotta come harder than that. Way harder than that. You got to come hard, man. I don't believe you. You need more people. Now, remember I was talking about that video, y'all.
So in breaking news, we have what appears to be photo/video of what might be Warren and Wyatt with Nolan Wells on the beach. Nolan appears, if this is in fact him, to be lying prone on the sand. And I want to say it's giving sacrifice vibes. And I know some of you may think I'm taking it too far with that. Nope. But that's the feeling I got when I viewed this video. Like he had purposefully been killed and now they're videotaping that proof. You don't get the feeling of concern, right? If something had happened, let's say, and now all of a sudden he is dead or appears to be dead or is in trouble, right? You would have people surrounding him, trying to revive him, maybe giving CPR or other life-saving techniques to him. You don't see that. You see it more like, I just feel like it's like predators encircling prey. That's what this video is giving.
Look, y'all. That looks exactly like a sacrifice to me. Look.
So in breaking news, we have...
That looked exactly like a sacrifice to me, y'all. Very good point right there. He called Nolan his friend, but kept calling other people his buddies. There's a big difference right there. That I was saying that the whole time. You go back and look. I got both interviews on this channel, the last two videos, if you did not see them. But I was saying that he was othering them the whole time. Oh, that was your first time seeing that video? Oh, we played it a little bit earlier. I just kind of wanted to come back to it. Yeah, man. This is supposed to be out there right now. It's Devil Horn Island, actually. Let's go. Check it out one more time. I'm just saying, ain't it mighty funny that a video pop up like this? That definitely ain't no AI.
So in breaking news, we have what?
That definitely ain't no AI. Ain't it funny that a video just pop up like this? I told y'all somebody wanted a trophy, and I'm sure that's not as far as it went. Maybe that's what that's probably what them bruises on the back of the head was from, trying to stomp him out. You know how people get in fights and all of that, trying to stop him out. All his face already face down. You know, probably a bunch of people probably came over and tried to put the little stomp on there. I'm just saying. And that would probably be consistent. I mean, you could just imagine all the stuff they did with his corpse. Wood, bottles, yeah. You could just imagine. You could just imagine. I keep telling y'all, man, listen, y'all, I wasn't finna sit up here and let these people in my chat not talk about the possibility that this is a 2026 sophisticated lynching that takes a little bit more sophistication. You know what I'm saying? They can't just run in jails and pull people out and string them up no more. You can't do that. But you better believe those who think they got the privilege to do so definitely gonna exercise it. Especially if you're in the in circle and you know things can go away, and you know things have gone away. Because better believe the people who commit these things then committed other ones. Nolan ain't the first one. Man, I watched a true crime the other day, and I'm if I'm lying, I'm flying. Y'all can go look it up. It was like a 7 and a 10-year-old dude, a 7 and a 9-year-old dude. They went to school, right? And you know how they try to give them the regular story. They were outcasts and whatever. So these dudes, these two little kid dudes, right? Young dudes, not even teenagers, right? They still one of their family members, I think his grandpa gave him a gun for Christmas, right? And then the other one, parents had a whole bunch of them. So they stole a bunch of guns, right? And made a little list that they was finna go to school and take care of some people. And guess what it was over to? Some white girl was talking to a black boy. I kid you not. But these fools, they went to school, posted up at a little post in the bushes outside the school door. One of them ran up, pulled the fire alarm, And when the kids and the teachers start coming out, they start picking them off one by one. And I'm talking about most of them was headshots, and they downed about 15 kids and like 2 teachers. I'm not even playing. And then this the part of the story that sticks out to me that makes me think about it so much. They went to jail as juveniles and got out at 18. Changed their names. And now just living in society like it's all good. But y'all done pilt the cap of 20 schoolmates. Man, let's not forget the psychology of Dylan Roof. Like, what has to be in your culture to say, you know what? I want to get some darkies. So I'm going to go to a church where the old ones is, pray with them, and then slaughter them after. So y'all think that all them hundreds and thousands of people on that island wouldn't sit up there and watch whatever happened to Nolan Wells and not say a gosh darn word? Because, see, this is when you got to start putting 2 and 2 together. If 26% of the U.S. population is YT males, 26%, right? And they responsible for 91% of the family aside. That's getting the whole family out the box. That means everybody gotta go, right? Then that means that 9 out of 10 males on that island thought about, thinking about, or about to take their whole family out. And do you think the wives and the children of those males is going to speak up if he say don't? Because I'm pretty sure the family of these family-aciders know what they're up against. They know not to piss off Mark. They know not to piss off Dennis. They know they better not get on John's bad side, because John is going to come down with the iron fist. You see how white dudes talk to their wives and their children's? They even got a movie called Throw Mama from the Train. They mama? Throw Mama from the Train? See, you got to understand the psychology of them folks. So it'll be nothing to sit there and watch a little Nolan Wells get beat to death. That wouldn't be nothing. That's another day in Mississippi. Did y'all know that Mississippi just recently abolished slavery? Do y'all know that it was a farm in Mississippi that held some slaves all the way up to the 70s and didn't tell them slavery was over? They got a documentary on it. These Mississippi folks that sat up there and held some people in slavery until 19. Look it up. Don't just listen to one. Look it up. 2013 when they abolished slavery, right? But I'm talking about they had actual black Negro human beings enslaved all the way up until 1971 in Mississippi. I'm just trying to bring it to your attention. I'm trying to get you to understand who you dealing with. You know how many lynchings took place in Mississippi? So according to the NAACP History Explained, Mississippi recorded 581 lynchings between 1882 and 1968. And that's just when they stopped counting. So if we do the math, let's see, 581. So that's an 86-year time frame. So 581, you dig, divided by 86 years. Is what? So that was 6 lynchings a year, which is funny. Sounds like they did it ritualistically, maybe on seasons or on moons, at least on the 4 moon cycles, and then maybe some holidays. Maybe, I don't know, 4th of July, Halloween, 4th of July. Who knows? In April, white supremacist month. Come on, y'all got to start putting 2 and 2 together. I just did the math, y'all. 81 lynchings over the course of 86 years is damn near 7 lynchings a year. That's like 1 every 2 weeks for 86 years. Maxie, he tap in all the time. He says the same thing over all the time. He's like an Officer Tatum or something like that. I just want y'all to do that math. that they've been bloodthirsty. It didn't just stop. It didn't just stop. When they say it stopped, hold on, let me go back real quick. Because they said it supposedly stopped in 1968. 1968, fam. That you might as well say 1970. Some of us on this podcast right now was born in the 70s and 68 and 69. I've seen the demographics of the people who watch this. A lot of y'all was around when they was still lynching. $1968, man. '86, that's what's up. My dad was born in 43. How about that? Man, come on now. These folks are still bloodthirsty and ravenous. That's good. Your grandma was 50. I think my grandma died in her 70s. Yeah, you want to know what culture white people claim and what they proud of? I don't know. We had that discussion yesterday on the podcast. I broke that down yesterday, actually. It's funny you say that. Oh, for sure. We have fun. We get serious. I'm dropping jewels. I'm doing all that. Come on now. King was killed in 68. That was a lynching. A public one. And don't think that these police it was just a lynching just the other day. They done popped that dude all in his face on the ground. But you see these white dudes out here. I seen a video, I swear for everything I love. I seen a video with these two white dudes at the store with this police. This one dude is arguing with the one white dude. He turned around in the back of the other white dude. The other white dude grabbed him rear chokehold and slammed him to the ground. And he ain't pull out a taser or nothing. I seen a video the other day where this officer was trying to go serve a warrant on this one dude, his mom outside, talking about that's not a real gun. This dude's literally shooting at the officer, shooting out the windows in the truck and everything. And he's like, put the gun down. The dude done walked up on him with the gat and he pulls out the taser. So just believe they just got them another one. They just got them another one the other day. I'm doing that story probably tomorrow. Yeah, man. I done seen I seen one where they came to this one white dude house to serve him a warrant. This nigga outside with a shotgun in his hand They trying to talk him down. This dude that took out the shotgun, blew down one cop, blew down the other. The backup come, he go in the house and get a K and blow down 2 more. But we the violent ones. They always getting murked out by their own people. Straight murked out. And I say all of that to say, you think they cared about doing something to Nolan? The dude that was all up in them little Mayo girls twat? Come on, man. You said play the call back. What you talking about? The one with them on the boat? Talking like Linda Couch Potato in the comments. You know what? James, Henry, dig this, bro. I'd rather do all the violent crimes than do any of the touchy-feely ones. And if 77%, if YT males is responsible for 77% of the touchy-feely ones, then you got a strong chance, my friend, of being one of the touchy-feely ones. And I'd rather do all the assault instead of messing with them shorties. Give me all the robbery, all the carjacking, all the black on black crime. Give me that. Y'all, you go ahead and keep that shorty feeling. You go ahead and keep that. Yeah, buddy. I don't see your Twitter fingers moving now. You little buster. You a certified buster. I don't hear you talking about that. I don't hear about you talking about how your people be touching and feeling. You want to talk about that scourge in your community? Huh? Y'all need to be doing spaces right now, some Save the Children campaigns from their fathers and uncles and brothers. Listen, y'all, just following me right now. Do y'all know that it's a little white tea boy right now that went on a cruise with his parents and his stepsister, and he got mad at his stepsister because she didn't want to give him no coochie. So he beat her to death. And guess where he at right now? Can y'all guess where he at right now? At the crib, awaiting trial. And who do you guess let him off? Some more white tea touchy-feely males. Look it up right now. Look up the little boy that got that. Yeah, look it up right now. Twan, look it up. The little boy that beat his stepsister to death on a cruise. I think it damn near was a Disney cruise. Yes, what y'all see, listen, I scours, fam. I scours. I'm on this internet thing. Hold on. Google's your friend, bruh. Here you go. Here you go right there. Tuittsville teen charged as an adult in the unaliving a stepsister on a cruise ship. According to court records, TH16 of Tinsville was traveling aboard a Carnival cruise line, Horizon, with Anna Caper and other family members on about November 6th and 7th, 2025. During the time, while the ship was in the international waters en route to Miami, TH allegedly sexually assaulted and intentionally unalive Kemper. Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner Office later determined the cause of death to be mechanical asphyxiation. So he smothered her. She wouldn't give him the cooch and he smothered her. Smothered her. That's y'all people. This y'all. So 1350, so be it. But this y'all. It goes on to say, our hearts go out to the victim's family during this unimaginable loss, said U.S. Attorney Jason A. Redding Quinnos for the South District of Florida. A federal grand jury has returned an indictment charged serious offense that allegedly occupied aboard a vessel in international waters. We will present the evidence in court and pursue the case with professionalism and care. Professionalism and care for somebody who raped and beat their stepsister up. See, that's what's wrong with y'all. Y'all society is twisted. Look at y'all propaganda. Y'all trying to treat the graper and sister beater upper with professionalism and care. This what's wrong with y'all. It says TH was initially charged as a juvenile by information on February 2nd. The case remains sealed until the U.S. District Judge Beth Bloom ordered it transferred to adult prosecution. TH is charged with murder, first degree, and aggravated sexual abuse. If convicted, defendant faces a maximum penalty of life in prison. U.S. Attorney Redding Quiznos and Special Agent Charge Brett D. Skillis of the FBI Miami Field Office made this announcement. FBI Miami in investigation in the case. Assistant U.S. Attorney Alejandro L. Lopez is prosecuting the case. An indictment is merely an allegation. All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in the court of law. They splaining for this dude? There you go right there. There you go right there. I bet you allegedly they like doing lynchings too. Because they certainly are cool with grape and murking your sister. This is y'all news media. We don't own that. This is how y'all represent the dregs of your society. Y'all hold them up and try to humanize them. No demonization in sight. You couldn't even tell somebody that beat up their stepsister because she didn't want to give them no coochie. You can't even tell that's what happened in this article. Y'all so bad. Y'all terrible, fam. Cuz is 16. Oh, they just took him to jail because he wasn't at home. He had to get he got to go home with his parents. They just took him to jail. Listen to how they describe him at ABC News. I mean NBC News. While Hudson had no prior criminal history and has complied with the conditions of his release. A level of psychopathic therapy for the lack of remorse itself raises serious concerns that the defendant can snap at any time, despite being well-meaning and serious efforts of his caretakers to make sure that doesn't happen. So they let him go home with mommy and daddy after he murked his sister, and because she didn't give him no coochie, they let him go home to mommy and daddy. And then the public had so much outrage they had to go get him. This y'all people. This is y'all folk. So hell no. We looking at hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
Devils, it ain't no other way.
All y'all some devils. It ain't no other way. So we looking at everybody that's around. Anybody I can get a picture for that had something to do with this. Guess what? Guess what? The Mississippi coroner in the Nolan Wells case, where that throat at, cuz? Because you a devil. The Mississippi medical examiner, Dr. Levon, that's right now is being investigated by the Attorney General's office, that's been placed on administrative leave, and they ain't saying nothing about it. He a devil. Tate Reeves Jr., the Mississippi governor that was talking about it wasn't no foul play, he a devil. Yep. All of them. And tomorrow, old girl that we seen the interview from earlier today that was talking all that yin yang about the report, she about to be a devil too. She already done. Let me see if I can give y'all a sneak peek of the devil. Let me see if I can. Let me see if the thing will let me give y'all a little sneak peek. Because I already been at work. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I wish y'all could see that. Hold on. I wish y'all could see that. Hold on, let me see if y'all can see that. Look, she already a devil. Hold on, let me show y'all real quick. Old girl that did that interview earlier. Old girl that was sitting there doing that interview earlier. Yeah, I already got her. That autopsy, she holding on to that autopsy report. Got her. Got her. Already. You see how they change? You see how they change and morph into the devils that they be? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on their hindquarters. Relentless with it. And guess what? They keep making a steady stream of devils for me every day. It's some devils I ain't got that I gotta go back and get. I got some nice suggestions the other day, but they getting it. I ain't playing with them. I'm not playing. I do this for real, for real. From my real Facebook page, and like you busters, with my picture and all that on there. You busters. You anonymous busters. Y'all some anonymous busters. On 5-5 Crib. On 55th Street, but Custer. Y'all some custers on 55th Street. I be watching a lot of internet, y'all. On 55th Street, cuh. Y'all some custers. On 5-5 Crib. And look, this the dude that did it. That's the dude that did it to the little that's the dude that did it to the foster care boy. This dude. That's who did it, y'all. Him. He the one. He the one that did it to the little foster care dude. I'm putting him out there. I'm putting him out there. Are you from Motown then, Survive? You down there in Motown? If you're on 55th Street, you in Motown with the Moes. With the bros, all is well. If you draw what I'm saying. Minneapolis, Minnesota all day. Nigga, I'm a North Polar. Nigga. All that. My baby graduated from North, fool. I'm 2 generations deep in North, fool. Straight up. On the straight up side. All is truly well. They don't know nothing about that. You know, I be repping for the other guys too. Like I say all the time on this program, as much as we fight for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, love, life, loyalty, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, there's always going to be those that fight for chaos, destruction, mayhem, terror, devilishness, demonishness. That's one of my sayings right there. If you know, you know. That's one of my sayings right there. If you know, you know. Boy, I used to play for the St. Paul Falcons. I was supposed to be at Rondo Days because they was just honoring drill team people. I was just online on Lynn's post just the other day. Rondo Days just went down. I'm deep like that. I got video out here of me performing at Rondo Days on the camera. Straight like that. I was north side, south side, St. Paul, all over there. Yeah. We used to practice at St. Peter Claver, right there off of Lexington, right off of University in Lexington, right there, by the Dairy Queen, and the White Castles, across the street from the SA, right there in the little parking lot of the church. We used to practice right out there. Yeah. I used to live on 43rd in Bloomington over south. Yeah. What, 32nd and Elliott? Yeah. I've been all over south. Yeah. You better ask about Jay Lava. I'm known out there in them streets, boy. They know Jay Lava at the crib. Jay Lava with the studio. Jay Lava, the CD, DVD, man. I wore a lot of hats. Straight up. Oh, yeah. That's what's up. What? Powderhorn? Yep. That's where we used to go watch the fireworks at. So look, y'all, we got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Sunday, I'm gonna try to probably get 2 streams in tomorrow again, because I got a lot to talk about. I think there's an update. I think Officer Race Batum is coming out with a new interview, so I'm gonna be on that. And then there's a couple more cases, man. Some black people that just got. So we gonna have to talk about all that. We gonna have to talk about all that. And it's the place to do it. Now listen, y'all, for all my stump downs, y'all still here. We chopping it. Tori and Rain. Yeah, Tori and Rain looked out for me, man. Like way back in the day, he came on the podcast and chopped it up with him. I even chopped it up with him at the reparations rally. If you talking about Tori and Rain, that was the first dude I ever paid for their Patreon. That was a big inspiration for me. Not only that, shit, Tariq gave us a good look-see in the beginning too. That was that kind of, you know what I mean? Sub to my channel, man. I appreciate that, man. That's what's up. Now listen, for all y'all that's subbing, make sure you put on the bells for notifications, and make sure that you watching this on the landscape. If you can see me real big with the stuff to this side, then you on the landscape. If you see me right now and you got the stuff at the top and the chat at the bottom, you on the vertical. I need you on the landscape. The ad revenue is different. Now there's a little trade-off on that. On the vertical, I know y'all get to do little gifts and gems and shit like that, and I appreciate that. It's just a little different on the other side. You do super chats and that kind of thing too. So, you know, if you want to support the channel, you know what I'm saying, the best way how, watch the landscape. I can't stress that enough. You know? Also, make sure y'all go follow me on Facebook, because as y'all see, I'm over there giving them the beeswax on Facebook. J Live on Facebook. Follow me on oh yeah, for those of y'all that's watching over there on TikTok, man, it's a lot of y'all. Listen, y'all, the last stream we did had over 8,000 likes on TikTok. And when we do the live, and then they get rid of it. So if y'all want to come join the program over here, come to the YouTube channels. We got 3 of them: J Lava, Keep It P Podcast, and Keep It P Raw. You know what I'm saying? And why wouldn't I want what I'm supposed to do? Be broke, Linda? What I'm supposed to be broke? I'm supposed to just do. Don't any media network get paid and have sponsors for what they do? Y'all, quit playing. When I'm supposed to be broke? My people ain't supposed to support. See, look, they don't like that, y'all. They don't like when we get on code and support each other. Trust me, every like y'all give, every jewel y'all drop, every super chat they see, they cannot stand that shit. Because for one, it makes me keep going. I'm supposed to capitalize. What's this notion that because I'm educating or disseminating information that I'm supposed to be broke while doing it? Thank you, Dwayne. Yeah, they still using that slave shit. They definitely still used to that. Uh-oh, so they done sent. So y'all notice the shift change, right? Now pay attention, y'all. Notice the shift change. Y'all see the other little group, they out of here. It's past 12 o'clock. Notice they start coming after 12. And we stop seeing the other ones. Notice that, y'all. Notice. Pay attention. Pay attention. We got J Lava, which is me, my personal channel. We got Keep It P Podcast. And then we got Keep It P Podcast Raw. If you go to any one of the channels and scroll down, you will see all the affiliate channels. And the reason why, y'all, for the stump downs, listen, because this was finna happen. It's finna be a separation of content. Right? Like on Keep It P Podcast, there's going to be more reparation, you know what I'm saying? Political, what's going on with the vote, that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? I want to do more of the police shootings and stuff for the community over there. Over on J Lava, it's going to be like more personal me stuff because like I take DJ lessons and I be wanting to blog, like just, you know, I be wanting to record everything. And then on Raw, well, we just going to talk Raw. We going to get on the coons. We going to get on everything Raw. Once the members, shout out to the members, Money Mike, Renee, all the members, shout out to y'all. Once I get to a certain amount of members, then I'm going to incorporate members only content as well. I just need to coordinate with y'all to get a time where all of y'all can enjoy y'all members content. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to, I mean, even though I could do it and post it and you can come back and see it, I kind of want a time where we all can, you know, congregate throughout the week and do that members only joint. But again, shout out to all the members. Shout out to everybody that done dropped me a jewel. Shout out to everybody that done gave me a super chat. And shout out to everybody who followed directions and went over to the landscape version of the stream, right? And even if you ain't do it this time, next time when you come back, make sure you on that landscape, homie. So you know I got 4 words for you. I need you to go ahead and subscribe for the vibes, like for the spike. If you got a couple more hypes for the week left, Go and hype a video or two. You know what I'm saying? I need you to comment for your vomit, and I need you to share if you care about getting Black empowerment everywhere. Please do that on the platforms that we own, Jones. And just to bring it on home, I got some dope ass t-shirts. Hold on, because I don't show them enough. Y'all can go to Say It With Your Chest, because it's that B1 gear for the family. Hold on real quick. Let me get myself out the way. Thank you for the jewels, for the jewelry. But we talking about that that B1 gear for the family. Hold on, let me see if I can get it up there for both of y'all sides. There we go. We talking about that B1 gear for the family always. The links is in the description. SayItWithYourChest.com. Say it with your moves. Say it with your because you're cool. Say it because you're smooth. Wear it if you ain't scared. You dig? We got that. We coming to Washington to get our check in various colors, right? We got that. Cut the check for foundational Black Americans in that classic cut the check green. But I mean, we got a ton of colors. Whatever color you want to cut the check in. Yellow is pretty dope though. I think it's a dope yellow shirt, like on some realness. We also got that I boycotted today. Shirts, hoodies, all that. If you about that movement, the wealth transfer. We also got F them people. If you want to say it like that, straight like that, we got it like that for you. Also, we got that, oh, you mad because I'm FBA? You got that, we got that, oh, you mad because I'm FBA joints? Yep. Then we got On My Mama Joe. Then we got, damn, where did, oh, here we go. Then we got them standard issues. Them standard issue FBA. We got the shirts. We got the hoodies. We got the colors. Get that FBA blue or that FBA red. That gray is pretty dope with that thin red stripe. Classic white. You know what I'm saying? On the FBA side of the game. And then we can't forget about my collaboration with Eyegasm. If you out here looking all good, you tell them, look, stare, and repeat. Make yourself an Eyegasm. By me and my man's Clean Vibes. Shout out to Clean Vibes. Not only that, y'all, but we do got like one of the hottest, dopest albums out right now with that song Devils that's going crazy. I mean, I'm talking about that Devils is going crazy. It's a part of this full on-code FBA Arsenal kit. You dig what I'm saying? What you get? Good question. You get the DVD, Abolish the Slave Patrol, the original modern policing. You know, directed by me and my man's TZ Von Savage. You get the playbook for Tethers and Culture Vultures, which is that digital download. Dope. You get the ebook, the definitive guide to staying on code. If you ain't on code, brush up how you get on code. You understand? Then we got the little digital download for that, for like the quick glossary and the day-to-day pledge that you can make to stay on code. And then last but not least, we got that Foundational Foolery album. You dig? That Foundational Foolery album. Hold on, let me go back. I forgot you could click on the pictures. We got that Abolish the Slave Patrol. You know what I'm saying? Narrated by Kendra Blackwood. Original DVD, you know what I'm saying? Abolish the Slave Patrol, right? And then we got that, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. That definitive guide to staying on code. That ebook, Survival Manual for Foundational Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? We got that. Master the mindset, recognize the tethers, and protect the lineage. You dig? All them boys been putting in work. We got that stay on go code guide, the survival guide. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go check that out. I don't really, you know what I'm saying, advertise too much stuff, but we got some stuff for you. You know what I'm saying? Got a few things for you to go check out if you support a little black beeswax. I be forgetting about this too. You can go to Spotify and check out me and TZ Von Savage. We both make beats. You dig what I'm saying? It's J Lava on Spotify too. Like if you check me out, like I'm a real deal artist. Like you know, they got all my stuff up there. I come up, I got a ton of albums. I got a ton of those. Got a little music. You know what I'm saying? Like you can click on this right here. It'll take you to J Lava Spotify. I'm certified. I'm in there. Y'all go check me out. You know what I'm saying? I got some albums, got a couple singles, got a couple albums. You know what I'm saying? Got a couple things. You know what I'm saying? You like let me see. You see my little catalog. Got a little catalog for you now. You know what I'm saying? Little catalog. Little Catalaris. The little Cataloozy. You know what I'm saying? Instrumentals for you to sit back and ride to. You know what I'm saying? I rap a little bit, little flows, little rapper. Got a couple bars, you know. So get in tune with the kid, man. Get in tune with me, baby. I got a couple things, you know what I'm saying? Get in tune with me. I promise I'm gonna keep giving y'all this A1, B1 content. And I'm gonna keep standing on these dweebs' neck. I'm standing on it 10 toes. Trust me. I am finna come up with an apparatus next week. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm finna start inviting y'all up. Would y'all be willing to come on and talk? Even the haters, y'all want to come put, because you got to show your face. Oh yeah, you can't come up and talk if you don't show your face. Is y'all ready to come up and show your face? Will y'all bosses let y'all do that? Or y'all got to remain anonymous? Huh? Will y'all bosses let y'all come up? Or y'all gotta remain anonymous? Huh? No, I liked that better. Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. I just try to do me, man. You know, I might not be everybody's cup of tea. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's so great about variety. The people who for me is the people who for me. If you ain't for me, then you like a hater dweeb in the comments talking crap, and that's cool too. Yeah, I'm talking about even y'all. If y'all want to come up and talk, Wayne, you know, if y'all want to come up and say a couple words, all I got to do is send y'all the little link to the joint. You click on the link. I'll put it in the chat. You click on the link. It'll take you to the backstage. As long as I see your face, I'll bring you up and we can have some dialogue. But I think that's what this program needs. I think not only should we hear from the people online, we should hear from the people in the chat. How about that? Y'all like that idea? I'm thinking about incorporating that next week. Also, check this out. Hold on real quick. For all my stomp downs, tomorrow I'm going to be doing some recording. Okay? I'm going to be putting up 2 videos a day next week of pre-recorded material. And them the ones I'm going to need y'all to show out on, okay? I'm going to need y'all to show up to them because they're going to be landscape only. I'm going to need y'all to show up to them. It's going to have the live chat. But if you don't catch the live, because the video's going to only be like 10, 15, 20 minutes long. If you don't catch the live, make sure y'all comment in the comments, playback gang, whatever. Make sure y'all got to show out for these pre-recorded joints I'm gonna do. I'm finna start ramping up my output. So I'm finished. I need 2, 3, 10, 15, 20 minutes a day. But I'm gonna still do a live every day. I'm gonna still do a live, but there's gonna be 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, at about I want to do maybe 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and maybe 3 o'clock, because I'll be going live usually at about 5. I think 5, unless there's some breaking news or something like that, then I'll hop on early. I don't mind hopping on early if it's some breaking news or something like that. I'll rush to the crib for that. But you don't know the landscape? If you go to my channel, you will see. Matter of fact, I'll show you. I will show you. If you go to the channel and click on the channel, and you on the channel, it should look like this. Check this out, y'all. Now, I think when I go to live, it's only going to be on the landscape one, so you're not going to have to worry about that. But if I'm on the lives, right? If you go to the channel, you will see 2 feeds just like this, right? I think you can almost always tell which one is the horizontal one. Well, if you hover over it, and I think it played for a quick second, you'll see this is the little vertical one, and if you see this, the horizontal one. It's usually the second one down. So if you click on the second one down, it's usually this one right here. And this how it come up. Y'all see the difference on how it look? Right? You see how it's spaced out on the horizontal one, but on the verti, on the Cape Verdean, you see how it's just this little piece in the middle, and my head be all small, and you can't really see me. You see that? Matter of fact, here, I'll blow it up so y'all can see. You see that? That's what some of y'all see. And that's cool. I put that up because the way YouTube do black content creators, they try not to push the landscape, the portrait one, but they push the crap out of the landscape one. And the landscape one is how most of y'all got here, and how how I get most of the view. That's some game for y'all too. If y'all want to know how to do that, I'll teach you how to do that. But it's a program that make you be able to go live on both of them. Now, YouTube just started this little test thing. If you go live inside the live, you can put on the vertical one inside YouTube, but I don't think that it gives you the same notifications, because if you're subscribed to all 6 channels, you will notice that you will get 6 notifications. You will get one for every orientation that there is. But yeah, this is just the tricks that I had to learn to grow the channel and get it out there a little bit. Where there's a will, there's a way. If you want it, you're going to have to figure it out, even if it costs you $50 a month for the little program. I had to go on there, do my research, see which program would allow me to do it, B. Yeah, most people get here on the small one. And listen, I got to give you, if I'm going to tell you what it is, I got to give you the trade-off for both. On the small one, on the vertical one, that's where you can get the jewels and shit like that, right? And some people are used to doing that, and that's okay. On the widescreen one, I don't think it's any jewels you can do on that side. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I think you can, but I think it's more super chats on the other side. So, you know. But there's a couple things that I want to incorporate next week. I'm going to incorporate an extra line. Either like call in on the phone, you know, like a telephone, like my tablet, hook my tablet up. Y'all can call in on the phone or y'all can tap in on the screen. Either one. I think we need some live reactions from y'all. It's about that time. I got some stomp downs in here. I want my mods talking, you know what I'm saying? They can do a brief and this, that, and the third, whatever. Are you talking about videos? Man, the Keep It P podcast got 5,000 videos on it. We got a lot of shows. A lot. I've been going hard at this for about 5 years. There was one time, man, we was putting up 5-6 shows a day. I even had an AI putting up content for us. If you look back at some of those is our AI, Kendra Blackwood. We was way ahead of our time on the AI. We got AI hosts. You can see them when you go to my amigos, the other affiliates. Those are AI hosts. I'm gonna just use them as backup channels if anything ever go wrong, you know. But yeah, man, we got over 5,000 of these Jones, man. Been pushing, man. Me and Teasy. Right now, Teasy on a hiatus, getting his work in, doing what he got to do. But ultimately, I got to hold it down. Yeah, check out some of that music. Matter of fact, for my old heads, one of my first albums is an instrumental album that I did loosely based off The Last Dragon. It's called J Lava Beats the Master, the movie mixtape. I can't play the songs on here because they'll get me for my ad revenue. But this is what it looked like. Go listen to that. It got little clips of the movie in there and everything. It's a tight joint. Y'all see that beat machine behind Show Nuff? Say J Lava Beats, the master. But the little words in between say J Lava producing in beats from the master, the music movie. I tried to make a music movie. Oh yeah, man, I've been putting in work for a long time, man. And it just started popping off, trust me. But you can go to like the J Lava channel like this and go to releases. And then you can see all my albums and stuff right here. East Coast, Down Trap, Midnight Love, Me and My Mom. Look, Montgomery Shuffle. I did one on the Montgomery Shuffle when it came out. That chair joint. I did one on that. That's a funny song and a dope instrumental. You should check those out. But yeah, man, I'm just kind of showing, you know. Also, if y'all wanted some of the gear, y'all could definitely just go right to the channel. You can go to the channel, I think like the Keep It P podcast. And then you can go to store. And then it's got the gear up in the store. Like, I be forgetting about this t-shirt. We Have No Friends. Y'all go to the Keep It P podcast and go to the store. I be forgetting about some of these shirts. We Have No Friends. That Clark, FBA Clark shirt. I had some other dope joints too, man, that they don't even show no more. The Keep It P mug. I forgot about that. The Keep It P podcast mug. If you drank some coffee. So yeah, man, we got a little bit of something for everybody, man. A little something for everybody, bros. I forgot about the Keep It P podcast shirts. You know, red's my favorite. This the only shirt I got with something on the back. Matter of fact, I forgot about the Keep It P podcast joints. B1. You did. Just a couple little things, man. Just a couple little things. Just a couple little things. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I ain't mean to go 5 hours, but y'all know how I go when we be chopping it up. Y'all know how I go. Yeah, man. I'm just working, man. I'm working. I got a passion for the people, man. And love, peace, blessings, and aloha. I'm out the Doha for Shoha. You already know. Yickety. You know what I thought, though? Hold on. Wait. Wait. You know what I thought we ought to do before I leave? One time for the one time. Can we do it one time for the one time, y'all? Can we do it one time for the one time? Well, that do something to me, man. Hey, that's so hard. If you don't like that, you a hater. I'm repping right now. Repping that app. Needed that one time. I needed that one time. Yeah. No haters needed. Just us. We don't need them as the motivation to do what we want to do. Nah, we don't need that. Love y'all, man. I'm gonna go ahead and lay it down, man, because I got to come with these streams tomorrow for y'all, man. Peace. I love y'all, man. Peace.